Ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour, ordonnement du gouvernement.
Government orders.
Numéro 11, concernant la nation de Québécoises et Québécois.
Motion regarding the recognition of the Québécois as a nation within the United Canada. Mr. Cannon moves that this House recognize that the Québécois form a nation within the United Canada. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First off, I have to admit that I feel tremendous pride in proposing the adoption of the following resolution, that this House recognize that the Québécois form a nation within a united Canada. My pride is based, above all, on the fact that this resolution was presented here Tuesday by the Prime Minister of Canada, and it caused a rare moment of solidarity among all members who believe in Canadian unity and want to help protect it. Most of us have experienced this was like a moment of grace in the midst of debates that usually divide us along party lines. We all know that under similar circumstances, unanimity is impossible in this Parliament. There's a political party here whose avowed goal is specifically to tear us apart. A political party that will always vehemently oppose the slightest or the greatest initiative that could cement the historical cooperation that has always united Francophones and Anglophones in Canada. The irony of the situation is no longer lost on anyone. This is a party that's been sitting in the Parliament of Canada for 16 years and claims to show how useless the federal government is. This is a party that's comfortably settled in the heart of our parliamentary system to defend the uniqueness of Quebec, and that refuses, when given the opportunity, to recognize that the Québécois form a nation within a united Canada.
More out of sorrow than anger or despair, unanimity is not possible in this Parliament because there is one party represented here that does not want Canada to succeed. Tuesday's spontaneous show of support by the members of those parties who do believe in Canada for the motion put forth by the Prime Minister is as close to unanimity as we can possibly get. The fact itself should be a powerful reminder of the necessity for us to reflect carefully on what should unite us and what could divide us.
But in this place, we're all Democrats. Actually, we're all representatives of Canadian democracy. Our first duty as members, it seems to me, is thus to illustrate and defend Canadian democracy. That's what generations of men and women before us from all four corners of this country, as large as a continent, have done. I'm thinking especially of the generations of members who brought here the grievances, the issues, the pride and hope of their fellow citizens from the Gaspésie, Saguenay, Abitibi-Témiscamingue, the Outaouais, Quebec City, Trois-Rivières, and Montreal, and the South Shore and the North Shore. They came here from our cities and regions, from our plains and our mountains, to accomplish something, to bring something back to their communities. They were mostly conservatives or liberals, more rarely creditists, Bloc Populaire, or quite simply independents. This House has even seen a Quebec NDP member. But I don't think there's ever been a group of members here, or even a single member from Quebec, who would have opposed the recognition of the Québécois as part of a nation within a united Canada, for the simple reason that they all know, and they all knew, that they were part of the Quebec nation within a united Canada. But the Bloc members don't want to admit that. Bloc members are a bit like Mr. Jourdain, who was a bit of a poet, but he didn't know it. They're part of the Quebec nation within a united Canada without realizing it. This is a historic novelty that Quebec members in the federal parliament wish and work for no more Quebec MPs in Parliament. But the Bloc members are also Democrats and representatives of democracy. We have no right to question that. They sit among us because they've been elected, like all of us, by their constituents. Like me, they are members and Quebecers, and that's what entitles me to speak so frankly to them, Mr. Speaker. I think I can also emphasize how proud I am that the adoption of this resolution is supported by the member for Westmount Ville-Marie, whom I admire greatly and have for a long time. I had the privilege of sitting beside her, beside this outstanding woman, for 5 years at the National Assembly of Quebec, when we were part of the Robert Bourassa government. The vagaries of political life are such that the member for Westmount Ville-Marie and myself no longer sit in this Parliament on the same side. But I'm very comforted and even moved to see that we are still on the same side when it comes to the best interests of Quebec and the integrity of Canada. Like her leader and virtually all Liberal members, and like the NDP members, I have to mention that the member for Westmount Ville-Marie saw fit to put the interests of Canada above those of her party. We have, the member for Westmount Ville-Marie and myself, experienced from Quebec City the great adventure of the Meech Lake Accord, which I remember full well, inspired us with so much enthusiasm and caused us so much pain. Yesterday I referred to the role of separatist groups in the eventual failure of that so promising constitutional initiative. I don't intend to rehash that today, except to say to my Bloc colleagues that almost 10 years ago you were on the wrong side of history. You weren't in step with the majority of Quebecers. For pity's sake, don't make the same mistake today. The majority of those who elected you to serve them are delighted to be recognized for what they've always been and still are and always will be. Support this resolution. Recognize your constituents, your fellow countrymen, for what they are and not for what you'd like them to become, which is something they've always refused democratically. You can still defend your dream of a separate Quebec, but don't ignore what Quebec is today. I have to repeat what I said yesterday. Division has never done us any good as Quebecers, and that's all the more true these days. The world doesn't stop turning while we're bogged down in existential debates. A new generation of Quebecers is ready to take its place in the new global economy, which they've already begun to do brilliantly. Our most basic responsibility as Quebec members of Parliament is to open the doors to the future wide open. Let's not get bogged down in debates that lead nowhere. Since I have this opportunity to go back over my past with the member from Westmount Ville-Marie, I'd like to warn my friends from the Bloc against the temptation to interpret the past in a biased way to justify an uncertain future. For example, the Bloc leader yesterday, speaking to journalists, quoted some well-known phrases from Mr. Bourassa, phrases that I myself referred to in my speech yesterday, in support of his new resolution on a future departure of the nation Quebec to go it alone. I feel obliged, out of respect that I have for this great man and out of respect for historical truth, to say this to the Bloc leader. I worked when I was a student in Robert Bourassa's office, and then I was part of his cabinet. I was also a member of his caucus. I'm honored to be able to consider myself a person whom he trusted, and I can say with certainty, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Bourassa never hoped and never would have supported Quebec separation. He never hoped for that. In fact, he fought it throughout his political career. Mr. Bourassa fought for a long time. As long as his force held out, as long as his strength held out, for Quebec to develop fully within the Canadian family and for its unique personality to be recognized. And that's precisely what the resolution we have before us today aims to do. I'm sure that those who respect the memory of Mr. Bourassa and who are sitting in this Parliament will vote for this resolution. And I say in friendship to my friends from the Bloc, stop interpreting a dead premier and listen to a Prime Minister who's fully alive. You'll hear the answer to many of the questions you've been asking here for a long time. For years, you've been condemning, justifiably, the fiscal imbalance that has been around for far too long, imbalance between the federal government's finances and the needs of provinces and cities. We're going to fix that, Mr. Speaker. For years, you've called for Quebec to participate fully in UNESCO. That's been done. For years, you called for steps to be taken to fight misappropriation of public monies. That's what we're doing. Since your party's inception, you've been calling for full respect for provincial jurisdiction. That, too, is something we're doing. It's surprising, Mr. Speaker, how much can be accomplished when you know who you are and what you want to do. It's even more remarkable to recall everything that the Québécois have been able to accomplish within Canada. The Bloc wants us to believe that the Quebec nation and Canadian unity are irreconcilable. In reality, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, Canada is united because the Quebec nation is a part of it. And the Quebec nation always and still exists because it's part of Canada. That's what I'm asking all members of this House to recognize today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Minister for, I think, a very clear statement of why we're here today debating this important motion. And he talked about those in this place and in this country who believe in a united Canada and, more importantly, are here to protect it. And I thank him for that assertion. Mr. Speaker, in his speech, the Minister also alluded to the concerns that we have and maybe that Canadians at large have about what could divide us and the consequences of dividing us. And I wonder if the Minister would like to comment on that concern and why we are so passionate about keeping Canada united.
The Honourable Court.
Yes, I thank my honourable colleague for the question and certainly thank his party for the support that they're going to give to this proposal. Clearly, I would say that Canada has demonstrated over the course of its history and through its different constitutions the important role that Quebecers play. Before, it was the French-Canadian community, then it became the Québécois. We have a mosaic in this country of people and nations and immigrants and groups that have come together and they built this strong country. And what we are doing by this resolution is that we are indicating that this, today, the 24th of November, that there is indeed a recognition that has to be given to Quebecers, aux Québécois et aux Québécoises, quant à leur
Their contribution has to be recognized.
They've done this, and I recall, on 2 occasions. I was there. I did fight for Canadian unity in the referendums, as so my colleague from Westmount Ville-Marie. And fundamentally, what we were saying is that Quebecers are part of Canada. They are an integral part of Canada, and they do want to continue in that way, and they massively voted in favor of that, and they promoted that. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to turn things off here so there's no ringing. I'd like to thank my colleague for this opportunity for me to speak to this government motion, which is of crucial importance to the future of our country. First off, I'd like to assert without any hesitation my intention to support this motion put forward this morning on behalf of the government by the Minister of Transport. And I intend to speak about a few issues that perhaps I'd like to explain my background and my perspective on this motion, its meaning, and its importance to Canada. The question is important, we all agree, Mr. Speaker, whether from a historical standpoint for this country, which was founded by two founding people, along with the First Nations, Aboriginal peoples, and has survived from decade to decade, sometimes with some difficulties, some tensions that express themselves in various ways, but always in an attempt to improve the situation of people living here for our children and our grandchildren's sake. I think I can say without mistake that for decades we've succeeded in Canada in creating a space, a country where citizens see their economic situation improving, their civic situation, and their living conditions, their quality of life improving. So we're continuing along that, along those lines, and it takes a certain amount of open-mindedness, and I think the country's always been equal to the task. Now, there have been two historical incidents in 1980 and 1995 where people living in Quebec were asked to take a stand on whether or not they felt any belonging to this country. Both times, a majority of Quebecers said no to separation and yes to Canada. But even then, there was an unspoken commitment from the rest of the country to try to accommodate, to try to find some kind of recognition. The attempts were made. Unfortunately, they didn't succeed. So today, we're in a situation where the House is called upon to take a stand on a government motion to recognize the Québécois as a nation within a united Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, those are the facts. That's the factual situation of this country. We have to recognize it. We have no choice. There's been a historical evolution that's led us to this point, and this recognition that's being sought, not that we're going to grant recognition, but just that we're going to actually recognize it. It's a fait accompli. The Québécois already form a nation within a united Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't think it takes anything away. Recognizing this state of fact takes absolutely nothing away from other Canadians.
And that's the starting point. I would like to make an aside.
Particular, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, because I find it also a bit awkward that the debate that we're having, and which has seized the entire nation, and I'm not trying to play with words, but seized the entire country, if you will, has come at us from a supply day of the supply cycle. And I think at one point, Mr. Speaker, we might, and this is a parenthesis that I'll close rapidly, but I think at one point we may be well advised to look at that process, because to have this kind of debate thrust on us in a rather surprise move, and in a manner that I would argue, and I think most people would agree, except my colleagues from the Bloc Québécois, to trap the Federalists, to trap, perhaps to embarrass the Liberals in this case, because we're having a convention next week, and internally there's been this debate. That was, I'm not sure, Mr. Speaker, is an appropriate use of the supply cycle and an opposition day. Because I think this kind of debate is so serious and so important that it necessitates preparation time. It necessitates reaching out to Canadians. It necessitates the ability to have this collective reflection that would then be brought to the House and voted upon. Now we're caught in a situation where some political games have caused the situation where the Prime Minister felt he should do this, and we support the Prime Minister in that move, because indeed we cannot play silly politics with this kind of important, fundamental debate for the future of our country. So I would hope that at some point, Mr. Speaker, when the dust is settled on this, that some of us in this House might actually be able to take a look at how flexible can we be in the supply cycle motions of opposition days, so that these kinds of debate come not thrust upon us as a surprise, as a political tactic, but rather in a way, in a manner that is respectful of the significance of the debate that we're having today. So I will close that parenthesis. Je voulais parler particulièrement.
I wanted to speak about a situation, as I said at the outset, Mr. Speaker, something that expresses who I am as a French Canadian, born in Ontario, and who finds himself in a debate that can be quite thorny and difficult. And I used a word. I said that I respect that for my Bloc colleagues, this concept of a French-Canadian nation it doesn't agree with them. They don't really like it. But 100 years ago, 50 years ago, this nation, French-Canadian nation, did exist. And during the 60s, there were the États généraux de la nation canadienne-française, and this did cause a stir. And now we have a French-Canadian family today called Francescois, Franco-Colombien, Franco-Tenois, Nouveau-Brunswickois, or Acadien, and we have Franco-Ontarians and Quebecois, and all of these are members of the family that we used to call French-Canadian. And I spoke to some of my colleagues to see whether or not they identified with that concept, and more often than not, the answer was no. But it would seem that it isn't quite as upsetting today as it was in the past. All of this to say that what we have in the country is a Canadian francophonie. That is undeniable, and all Canadians who are francophone identify with this francophonie, whether they're from Quebec, whether they're Franco-Ontarians, Franco-Manitobans, or whether they're from Prince Edward Island or Newfoundland. Francophones, wherever they are from in this country, identify with the Canadian francophonie. And I hope that we can deal with this, because I have some good friends. One of my good friends, Pierre Deblois, sent me an email yesterday saying that he's very much concerned about this resolution. He's not convinced that we should be supporting it. And I want to put him at ease and say that in this country there is a Canadian francophonie from sea to sea. There's no denying that. And where we have things in common, when we want to improve everyone's lot, we try to bring us closer together. Quebec, not long ago, said that it wanted to be in the forefront of the Canadian francophonie. Unfortunately, that can only come from a federalist Quebec government, and we saw Premier Charest stand up and take the place that Quebec should take, and New Brunswick as well. And I'd like to take my hat off to New Brunswick and Mr. Hatfield, a conservative premier who at the time had the courage to make bilingualism official in New Brunswick, and say that his province, the only one in the country, is officially bilingual. And the Acadian Society, the Francophonie in New Brunswick, the Acadian nation is growing and flourishing now. And in future, with a Quebec nation in a united Canada, we can renew these ties so that Quebecois will not feel that they're part of a diaspora, but part of a Canadian francophonie. And I hope that this objective of a Francophone nation will continue. I'm a Francophone, and I will fight for Francophones as long as I am here to represent Ottawa-Vanier. But I will open another aside, and this is to the government. I don't think the government can simply sit on its laurels when it comes to the Official Languages Act. We have a great deal of work to do so that this French-Canadian family, which is now the Canadian Francophonie, will feel comfortable and at home everywhere in the country, not only in Quebec, in Ontario, and other provinces. There is a great deal of work to do. In 1969, this Parliament adopted the Official Languages Act under Pierre-Éliott Trudeau, and there was a change at that time so that the Francophone family, the Canadian Francophonie, would feel comfortable here in Canada. The Mulroney government then strengthened it, and in 2003, Mr. Chrétien's government introduced an action plan on official languages, which breathes life into many of the initiatives that our communities had requested. And last year, this Parliament adopted an amendment to the Official Languages Act, a very significant amendment from the Senate, from Senator Jean-Robert Gauthier. It was S3, which made an important part of the Official Languages Act executory, and next week all government agencies and departments will now have to act because they have these new powers and requirements. And if we recognize the French-Canadian nation or Francophonie from sea to sea, today we're talking about recognizing the Quebec nation, that Quebecers form a nation within a united Canada, then we can't underestimate the importance of the respective linguistic duality here in Canada. That's a given. And any government, notwithstanding its political stripes, must respect the Official Languages Act and go even further than that and respect the linguistic duality of Canada and its two founding peoples, just as we have to respect, even more than we do now, the founding peoples of this country. So, what is Canada?
Since the official start in 1867, and even before, Mr. Speaker, we're trying to build a country that has become, and I hope will remain, the envy of the world. A country of diversity, of accommodating, but not of tolerance. No one wants to be just tolerated, Mr. Speaker. That's not good enough. You want to be accepted. You want to be celebrated. And the Canadian population, of all the populations in the world, is the one that celebrates diversity the most. So we have a head start there. And as we all know, the world is shrinking, Mr. Speaker, in terms of our ability to communicate with each other instantaneously, of our ability to move around. And the human species had better start getting prepared for some of the difficulties and the tensions it is now confronting. We have built in this country, bit by bit, an edifice which is a bit of a beacon, Mr. Speaker, for the world, as the interim leader of the official opposition said in this House on Wednesday. You know, it started with the two founding nations and the First Nations. But over the successive decades, we've added to that. From Europe, we've had peoples coming from Italy, from Poland, from Ukraine. We just celebrated, Mr. Speaker, the 50th anniversary of the arrival in Canada of 40,000 Hungarians when they came to our country because of difficulties in their own country. The same goes for the Vietnamese people. We may remember at the early 80s. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have people coming at us, coming to live here, coming to join us from South America, from Africa, from Asia, and from the Middle East for very obvious reasons, Mr. Speaker, and that we are a beacon of peace, a beacon of hope for them, and they come here hoping to give their children a better future, a better life. And that is essentially how Canada has developed. And that, Mr. Speaker, has led us to basically what we are becoming, a pluralistic society. And in a pluralistic society, you must acknowledge, you must recognize that there will be others that are different than you are, and to welcome them with open arms. And that's the source of this motion, to recognize that Quebecers form a nation within the United Canada. I think, Mr. Speaker, that there's no except for those, as the Minister of Transport said, whose purpose in coming here is to cause the separation of our country. Apart from those, I don't think you'll find much dissension in this House that we, as members of Parliament of Canada, as members of the House of Commons of this country, have a duty to preserve the national unity. And the Prime Minister's motion works to that purpose, and I believe will be a positive step when it is adopted, indeed, to help us preserve the unity of this country. And in preserving the unity of this country, Mr. Speaker, we are helping the world. And this is not bravado. We're helping the world by being a good example of civility, of accommodation, of openness, of celebrating diversity, of recognizing that the wealth and the richness of humankind needs to be celebrated, to be embraced, Mr. Speaker. Que l'on fasse, que ce soit en français.
Whether it be in French or in English, people have come here from all corners of the world, and they find themselves in a country where human rights are respected. When I listen to some of my colleagues say, well, we didn't sign the Constitution, and these were the colleagues from the Bloc Québécois. Well, that may be so, but they use it. Any Canadian citizen in Quebec or elsewhere benefits from the rights that are derived from the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It doesn't matter where you live in the country, you benefit from the Charter of Rights. And the amendment was used to recognize bilingual school boards in Quebec. So to say that you didn't sign it but then benefit from it, well, you have to take that into account. We would like it to be official. We would like the National Assembly of Quebec to signify its agreement with the Canadian Constitution, and I am confident that it will happen someday. But in the meantime, we have to continue to build this country, and the motion that we have today will help us to move in that direction. And so I was very happy, Mr. Speaker, to rise to speak to this motion today, and I've explained my point of view in a debate that is of interest to all of the people of Canada, and I would like to move, seconded by the member for Mississauga South, that the question be now put.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger, seconded by Mr. Sabo, moves that this question be now put. Questions and comments on the speech made by the Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier.
August South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to first of all acknowledge the work of the member for Ottawa-Vanier, who, ever since he's been in this place, has been the voice on behalf of the linguistic duality of Canada in our caucus, and I know in this place he has taken every opportunity to remind us of the rich heritage that we have in our two official languages. He's also, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's reflective in his speech, also reached out to explain how Canada has developed into a country which celebrates cultural diversity and representation from countries all around the world that contribute to the greatness of Canada, and also, as he puts it, the beacon for countries around the world. Mr. Speaker, the media commentary on this issue has somehow deflected from time to time attention away from the points that have been raised by the speakers so far about the importance or the strength of Canada and the reasons why we are here to protect it. I wonder if the member could share his thoughts on how we can assure Canadians that what is happening here in terms of supporting and protecting Canada and to embrace the Quebec reality as well is important for Canada's long-term future.
L'Honorable Député d'Ottawa.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier.
When I spoke of a bit of the recent history of the country, we cannot ignore the fact that twice, in 1980 and in 1995, twice the population of that province said, we won't separate from Canada, we want to remain in Canada. And at that time, Mr. Speaker, those of us who were involved in those debates, in those referendum, will remember that there was a commitment from the rest of the country towards that population that there had to be some accommodation, there had to be some recognition. That was done by Pierre Elliott Trudeau, among others, Mr. Speaker. So, and over the years since then, we've grappled with that. And now we're coming to terms with certainly a significant portion of that commitment in recognizing that Quebecers form a nation within a united Canada, Mr. Speaker. That's the major, those very important words, because they're the words that show we respect the decision of the population of the province of Quebec that it made twice. So we don't. There's nothing nefarious in the motion that the Prime Minister has put forward here. It is a reflection of a commitment that was made by the country towards the population of Quebec twice in the past recent years, 1980 and 1995, when both times the population of Quebec said in a majority voice, we wish to remain in Canada. And that, Mr. Speaker, that commitment that we made has yet to be delivered upon. And that what we're doing today, and when we vote on this, and I hope adopt that motion, is part and parcel of the commitment we made to those who said we want to keep this country united.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable.
Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his comments. I've known the member for quite a time and certainly recall the time that we spent together dealing with this issue and around the constitutional discussions in and around Charlottetown. And we learned, hopefully, from that. But I do want to ask him about the issue before us. And many have said in the media that what this will amount to and the repercussions of this motion, and if we were to pass it, as most of us would like to see it passed, that this will amount to acknowledging something around constitutional conversations that perhaps we might not want to get into. 1995, you mentioned in your speech that we passed a motion in this House, and it had to do with recognizing Quebec in a way. How does he see this motion? What is this motion really about? Is it acknowledging what we all believe Canadians want to acknowledge, or is it something that is going to go beyond that? I'd like his take on that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I do fondly remember my colleagues and I's efforts during the Charlottetown referendum, and we were rather successful in this community here because there was only a few areas in the country where actually Canadians voted in favor of that, and the National Capital Region happened to be one of them. Some people might try to dissect that in any which way they can, but I'll let them do that. In terms of the Distinct Society motion that was adopted in this House, Mr. Speaker, I had the pleasure of being in this House and supporting that without any hesitation whatsoever, because it is a recognition of the state of fact. The matter that, and here is what I was trying to say, is that sometimes it's with envy that I look on the dynamism of the Quebec society in cultural matters, in economic matters, in the ingenuity, and so forth. it is a recognition, Mr. Speaker, that indeed there is a society there that has some distinct characteristics. Some of them enshrined in law, le droit commun versus le régime.
The common law versus Napoleonic law.
Rights, Mr. Speaker, for education and other matters. Some of them enshrined in custom, in way of doing things. And the country has not suffered for that. Au contraire, I think the richness, the diversity of our country, Canada, has benefited tremendously from the Francophone presence here, from the presence of others that are not Francophones in Quebec as well. I mean, Canada is a bit of a representation, of a good representation of the human species, in that we accommodate each other, Mr. Speaker. We recognize that we can't all be the same. It'd be damn boring if we were all the same. And we're not the same in this country. But we don't diminish differences. We valorize them. We take great pleasure and great pride in the fact that we can accommodate diversity from around the world in our country. But it couldn't work and it couldn't happen if we had not initially recognized the two founding nations and our Aboriginal societies, and accommodated each other that way. If we couldn't even do that at the level of the linguistic duality, how can we go beyond that and start talking about pluralism? So we have done that. We have accommodated each other, and respectfully, not in a tolerant manner, but respectfully. And I think that is the way of the world. And I think in that sense, the motion before us today builds on that. And it pushes us in the same direction, Mr. Speaker, and I think it behooves us all to put aside. Some of us may have some hesitation, some differences, some second thoughts on it, and some do, and I've received some of those messages. But let's put those aside for the benefit of our country. Let's rise above partisan politics here for the benefit of our country. Let's think of our children and our grandchildren instead of our own self for a while, and think of what we will cede to them in terms of a great country that is the envy of the world. Let's keep building this place. Merci.
The Honourable Government House Leader on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to give notice that with respect to the consideration of Government Business Number 11, at the next sitting, a Minister of the Crown shall move, pursuant to Standing Order 57, that the debate be not further adjourned.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, when I decided to table a motion recognizing the Quebec nation, I decided to formulate this I could have formulated it in a way to make the other parties, to force them to vote against it, but that's not what I did. Rather, I decided to draft a neutral motion that would allow all to vote in favor of this acknowledgement and recognition. We have tried to have the nation of Quebec recognized by the House of Commons, and they've always used some word or other to try to get out of recognizing it. So this was a motion with no trickery and no pettiness of thought. What I want and what I've always wanted is that the House of Commons finally recognize that Quebecers are a nation. This is obvious, a nation that is neither better nor worse than the others. There's no such thing in the world as a nation that's better than another. We're all equal nations. It's simply a different nation. I've acted in good faith since the beginning. And we included the words, currently within Canada, the Prime Minister, who is an intelligent man, saw that his party was going to be divided on the motion presented by the Bloc. He knew that Federalist ministers would be divided, and he knew that that would be a disaster for Federalists and federalism in Quebec. If he didn't recognize the obvious, he had no choice but to go forward and to put forward his motion with the added words currently within Canada. The Prime Minister, well and truly, formally recognized the existence of the nation of Quebec, and this is enormous progress. It is a source of great pride for the Bloc Québécois to have triggered this unanimous recognition of the Québécois state by all members of this House, all parties of this House. And when we analyze the facts, we see that there is a convergence among all parties in this House. All recognize the existence of the Quebec nation for the first time within this House of Commons. Now, I understand that this will be difficult to explain to some Canadians, that all of a sudden, after decades of denial, that the House of Commons and the Prime Minister of Canada recognize that Quebecers form a nation. This is difficult politically, and already people are denouncing this decision. I would ask my colleagues in other parties to tell their fellow citizens that the Bloc Québécois would have forced their hand anyway. On my part, I am very happy that the Bloc Québécois has finally forced the recognition of the Bloc Québécois. We must admit that Quebec is still a part of Canada. That's a simple fact. And there is the fact that I am here in this House. But the question as to whether Canada is united or not is another one. As André Boisclair said yesterday, he said, is Canada politically united while Quebec has still not signed the Canadian Constitution? That's one thing. The Prime Minister said that he would only recognize Quebecers as forming a nation as long as they're within a united Canada. But Quebecers are free to decide their future. This was what Mr. Bourassa said, and he was not in favor of sovereignty. But Mr. Bourassa accepted the fact that if Quebecers were to decide to become a country, he would accept their decision. And all the world would accept that. And I agree with the Minister of Transport. And I think we can all agree that Mr. Bourassa was a Democrat. The other issue is a fundamental one. We are recognizing for the first time that, and we know that the National Assembly is unanimous and the House of Commons is unanimous in recognizing that Quebecers, women and men, form a nation. This is acknowledged in Quebec City and in Ottawa. And in order to deal with this question once and for all, the Bloc Québécois will assume its responsibilities in the higher interests of Quebec. And the Bloc Québécois will vote in favor of the Prime Minister's motion, Mr. Speaker. Now, as to the question of the status of Quebecers, will it be solved by the unanimous recognition of this House? Well, we have the recognition, and now we can move to the next step. And I see that the Minister of Transport is delighted by this. Mr. Speaker, we might have the Resolution 26 and 27 of the United Nations in 1970, a resolution that says that all peoples have the right to determine their political status in full freedom and without outside interference. People have the right to pursue their economic and cultural and social goals, and they have the right to decide on their development. Wednesday, an ally of the Prime Minister's, Mario Dumont, the leader of the ADQ, said that the Prime Minister's decision to recognize the Quebec nation was opening the way to discussions on the federal framework, and the Premier of Quebec said that his recognition would have legal consequences. And he said that it would have a significant influence on Quebec's place within Canada. When the government was represented in Nairobi, they decided to muzzle the voice of Quebec. But now the government is recognizing the Quebec nation, so we hope that this nation will be able to represent itself in international fora. And as Mr. Boisclair has said, will Quebec be able to have its own legislation on young offenders, and will the federal government will it allow for unanimous votes in the National Assembly? Quebecers, men and women of Quebec, are doubtless delighted to be recognized for what they are. But now, Federalists have proposed nothing to the nation of Quebec. They only have the Bloc Québécois to make sure that this recognition is followed up on. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we are delighted by the fact that this week Canada has become the first country to officially recognize the Quebec nation. Mr. Speaker, there will be other countries, many other countries, who will recognize the nation of Quebec and the country of Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By putting forward a motion in this House which represents all Canadians, in putting forward a motion concerning Quebec's place within Canada, I am very grateful, Mr. Speaker, to all members here that the Bloc has recognized that all Canadians have an important role to play in Quebec's future. Is this the case? The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, there are some comments that are really wishes. I would say to my colleague that the future of Quebec will be decided by Quebecers, and this according to the rules of the National Assembly, and on this there is unanimity within the National Assembly. Members of the National Assembly, be they Federalist or Sovereignist, all agree that it is up to Quebecers to decide their future and to maintain nation-to-nation links with our friends in the Canadian nation. And beginning today, Mr. Speaker, the relationship that Quebecers might have with Canada and will have with Canada will be those of nation to nation. And as representatives of Quebec here in the House of Commons, we will demand that the rights of the Quebec nation be respected. And here we are, in an even stronger position, not only because of the recognition of our being a nation, but also we're in a better position to address all other nations in the world who know what this means and who know that the day that we decide to create a country those nations will be able to say, we recognize this new nation, this new country, because the House of Commons has already recognized that there is such a thing as the nation of Quebec. Thank you.
Il reste à l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie has 7 minutes for questions and comments on his speech. He may continue if he wishes after question period.
The honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to thank the many volunteers in my community who are working hard to bring the dream of a performing arts centre to Burlington. In particular, I want to thank the member of my community who recently donated the largest philanthropic gift our city has ever received. This individual has pledged $5 million of his own money to this project. This has created a dollar-for-dollar matching program for all other donors to the Performing Arts Centre. The leadership and generosity of Mr. Gary DeGroot will make a difference. We want to thank him for his vision and commitment to the development of culture and arts in Burlington. From the new council to all the donors, both large and small, to those who will perform on stage, and to those who will be enriched as audience members, a performing arts centre will enhance the quality of life for all the citizens of Burlington. Je veux remercier tous.
I'd like to thank all the volunteers for their time and effort. Your work helps make this dream come true. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with great sadness I speak of the passing away of John Allen Cameron. John Allen was born in Inverness, Cape Breton in 1938. He learned to play the guitar at the age of 12, and after studying education at St. FX University and then studying to be the priesthood in Ottawa, he left the Order of Fathers in 1964 to follow his passion as a performer. Early on, John Allen performed on CJCB TV and later shared his own TV series with CBC and CTV. He has recorded more than 10 albums and performed at many musical festivals in Canada and in the United States. And he played in many Canadian military bases abroad. In 2003, he received the Order of Canada. John Allen has captivated audiences around the world with his music and his storytelling. He is known as the godfather of Celtic music in Canada and has passed his legacy on to his son Stuart. Our thoughts are with John Allen's wife, Angela, and his son Stuart. He will be sadly missed by all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, we were very saddened to learn of the death of the great French actor loved by Quebecers, Philippe Noiret. How to describe him other than as generous, a gentleman, tender, and yet with panache? What marked Philippe Noiret was his deep, soft, and unforgettable voice. French cinema has lost an outstanding actor, loved by the public and respected by his peers, and he also conquered the hearts of Quebecers. Very few actors have had a 50-year-long career and played in almost 130 films. Alexandre Le Bienheureux is without any doubt one of the films that marked his long and beautiful career and made him choose cinema. This prolific actor had a range from the comedy to drama. Remember the Ripoux and Cinema Paradiso. He worked with the greatest producers. He won 2 Césars for Best Actor for Le Vieux Fusil in 1976 and La Vie et Rien d'autre in 1990. Goodbye, Philippe Noiret.
Member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 17 years ago today, Ed Broadbent's motion to eliminate child poverty by the year 2000 was passed unanimously. I was honoured to stand in this House with my colleagues in support of that goal. Mr. Speaker, I stand here today in shame at the fact that child poverty in Canada is worse than it was 17 years ago. 1.2 million children, 1 out of every 6 in Canada, lives in poverty. We've heard many times in this House about the strong links between child poverty and poor health, slower growth and learning, and fewer options later in life. We know that income is a powerful predictor of outcomes. Mr. Speaker, I'm the proud grandmother of a wonderful little girl who was born on Wednesday. I beg this government and this House to ensure that on her 17th birthday, we do not have to stand again in this House to deplore the state of child poverty in our country. It's time for all of us to act now together and to eliminate child poverty for good.
Honourable member for Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in this House today to honour a great Canadian, Reverend George Leslie Mackay. Canada can be rightfully proud of the accomplishments of this man that occurred 125 years ago. Reverend Mackay was born and raised in Oxford County, went to Taiwan as the first modern missionary to northern Taiwan. Mr. Mackay made Canada proud in cultivating and inspiring humanity in Taiwan. A non-conventional character but sensitive to local needs, Mackay practiced dentistry and trained local clergy. During his time in Taiwan, he established over 60 chapels, several schools, and a hospital, and even founded a university that was at one time known as Oxford University. Members of this House have traveled to Taiwan, and they will be familiar with these institutions. George Leslie Mackay is still deeply imprinted in the hearts of the people of Taiwan. He laid the groundwork to help foster good relations with Canada and Taiwan that are still developing in a positive manner today. Reverend Mackay is being honoured in a Rogers Omni 2 documentary entitled The Black-Bearded Barbarian, Mackay of Taiwan, which will air tomorrow at 7 p.m. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for York West.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great sorrow that I rise to pay tribute to Brizio Montanaro, who recently passed away. Brizio was truly a great Canadian. He immigrated to Canada from Italy and quickly established a thriving business. He contributed greatly to Canada's success as a nation and was always the first to offer a helping hand to anyone in need. Brizio was an adoring husband to Victoria, a loving father to Constantino and Joseph, and a loving grandfather to Danielle and Brianna. Brizio was an inspiration to us all. He was a man of tremendous courage who will be greatly missed by all of us who knew and loved him. On behalf of all members of the House of Commons, I want to express my deepest condolences to the Montanaro family as we honour the exceptional life of Brizio Montanaro. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow is the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, and we will pause to reflect on the far too many women and girls for whom violence is a daily reality. Sadly, Canadians needn't look further than their own communities and, in some cases, their own families for the evidence of violence against women. As a recent Stats Can report makes clear, it crosses social, economical, and racial divides. Canada's new government is taking concrete action to address this issue. Among recent initiatives, we have introduced legislation that would put an end to the use of conditional sentencing for serious offences, including sexual offences. And in the Democratic Republic of Congo, our government has been assisting tens of thousands of civilians, mostly women and girls, who have been sexually assaulted or tortured during more than 10 years of conflict. I would ask all Canadians to renew our commitment to combating violence against women in Canada and throughout the world.
Here, here. The
Honourable Member for Jean Lebert. Mr. Speaker, today, November 24th at 5 p.m., Canada Post will be closing the Verdun post office despite the opposition of around 1,000 constituents who signed petitions that I tabled here in the House, and despite the number of efforts I made with Canada Post. I pay tribute to the dedicated people who gave part of their lives to serving the people of Verdun. I'd also like to particularly point out the contribution of Mr. Claude Rochon, who for nearly 33 years served Canada Post in Verdun. He was the welcoming smile behind the counter in the post office on Rue de l'Église. From testimony I've heard, I know that his work was highly appreciated. I pay tribute to his dedication, and I thank him on behalf of the people of Verdun. I wouldn't want to forget to mention the contribution of his colleague, Ms. Diane Ross, a woman who also served Canada Post for 17 years. I pay tribute to her and thank her in turn. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In keeping with the commitment of Canada's new government to protect the safety and security of all Canadians, the Minister of Transport, Infrastructure and Communities recently announced funding under the Transit Secure program. This funding is part of the $1.4 billion in national security committed in Budget 2006, including $254 million for transportation security. The first round of this program invests up to $37 million in security projects of the sixth highest volume urban transit systems in Canada, those of Vancouver, Calgary, Edmonton, Toronto, the National Capital Region, and Montreal. The second round provides $80 million for passenger rail and urban transit security for smaller operators in municipalities and communities. Canada's new government is taking concrete action to address the priority security needs of the transit systems in Canada.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, over the years, Canada has generously opened its doors and its hearts to Vietnamese boat people. Over the years, that generosity has been repaid many folds, and these people are now a strong part of the Canadian social fabric. Sadly, for 17 years, 150 of these people still remain stateless with no durable solution in the Philippines. They are spread around the country, earning a living, many as illegal street vendors, mostly earning less than 80 pesos a day, and it costs 160 pesos to buy a cup of coffee. The Canadian Vietnamese community has clearly expressed its willingness to sponsor and help absorb these refugees. The 23 people who arrived in May and June of this year are very well adjusted. I implore the Prime Minister to allow the remaining 151 stateless people to find a home in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Westlock St. Paul.
I rise today to talk about Canada's fiscal and economic update. Simply put, Canada is back. Our first economic and fiscal update is a positive story. The economy is strong, government spending is focused, our debt is lower, and taxes are going down. To build on this prosperity, the Minister of Finance has put forward a long-term economic plan entitled Advantage Canada. Advantage Canada will create the economic conditions and opportunities necessary for families and businesses to succeed. Mr. Speaker, I have spoken with Canadians across this great country. The message that they have given me is loud and clear. They want their government to remain focused and deliver responsible tax relief to make it easier for them to save for their priorities. Our government will reach higher and go farther for the benefits of families, students, workers, and seniors from coast to coast. Mr. Speaker, just like on January 23rd, when Canadians won at the ballot box, under Advantage Canada, Canadians will continue to prosper under this Conservative government.
Hear, hear.
Honourable member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Mr. Speaker, I make this plea on behalf of two of my constituents in Oliver, German Melgar and Santos Molina, and their two children, Anderson and Kimberly. They are currently employed by Mrs. Linda Fortunato as farm workers, providing much-needed service to the farm and the community. They are currently appealing to stay in Canada on humanitarian and compassionate grounds, but have been told by the Canada Border Service Agency that they will be removed from Canada on November 30th. However, their children, Canadian citizens, can stay. Mr. Speaker, should Mr. Melgar and Mrs. Molina return to El Salvador, there is fear that their lives may be in danger due to Mr. Melgar's political affiliation. His father was killed because of political opinion. In January of this year, their young son Anderson had ear surgery. Their family physician, Dr. Evans, fears that, quote, risks for death would be significantly increased should he be unable to access his current level of care, unquote. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of this family, their friends, and the community, I ask our government to show compassion and allow them to stay in Canada at least until the appeal is heard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
Years ago today, members of the United Nations signed the UN Declaration on the Elimination of All Forms of Intolerance and Discrimination based on religion or belief. Like the UN Declaration of Human Rights before it, this new declaration proclaimed the fundamental dignity and right to freedom of all human beings. It is not enough to abolish intolerance from our laws. We need also to banish it from our minds and our hearts. The advancement of global society requires us to be open to the universal values and different perspectives inherent in other belief systems. Promoting tolerance and understanding must be the guiding purpose of all governments. Mr. Speaker, on this 25th anniversary of the UN Declaration on the Elimination of All Forms of Intolerance and Discrimination based on religion or belief, I know all my colleagues in this House join me in affirming the need to listen and to learn from each other, as well as to oppose the persecution of those whose views and beliefs may not be those of their government or of the majority of their fellow citizens.
The honourable member for Papineau. Mr. Speaker, Ms. Lucille Girard, an octogenarian and co-founder of the Maison des Grands-Parents in Villeray, in the riding of Papineau, disproves the saying that the young and old have little in common. She started a project to bring the generations together out of a love of music. To young people who still don't know how to channel their energy constructively, she, since May of this year, has offered them a chance to learn to play the tam-tams. Among other activities for young people, they've been invited to take part in a group called Singing for the Sake of Singing, where singers of all ages get together with a piano, a violin, or a guitar. According to Ms. Girard, this is an activity that brings people together and can develop friendship and help deal with the isolation of various generations. Thank you, Ms. Girard, for your determination and your contagious enthusiasm. You are proof that it's possible to build a bridge among generations.
For Desnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It'll be a year ago tomorrow that the Liberal government concluded the landmark Kelowna Accord. The agreement set aside $5.1 billion for health, education, housing, and infrastructure and economic development for Canada's Aboriginal people and communities. Perhaps the Conservative government doesn't realize that when they attack the Kelowna Accord, they're attacking the First Nations people. They're attacking the Métis people. They're attacking the Inuit people. Let me read what Inuit leader Miss Mary Simon recently said about the cancellation of the Accord. Quote, "Abandonment of this promise combined with any absence of an alternative plan is not a mere detour. It would be a self-declared admission of defeat. A focused, federally funded attack on the social problems that beset Aboriginal people is a necessity, not an ideological indulgence," unquote. Mr. Speaker, this government's cancellation of the Accord is not acceptable, it's not honourable, and it's not in line with Canadian values.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, we learned this week that the BQ candidate in Repentigny has refused, not once but twice, to debate his ideas in public. If the Bloc's supposed to be good at throwing out ideas, Conservative candidate Stéphane Bourgon and the constituents of Repentigny expect better. Mr. Speaker, ironically, the Bloc, the party that claims to have a monopoly on Quebec's interests in Ottawa, refuses to debate their ideas. Could it be that apart from their delusional obsession, the Bloc has nothing to offer voters because they're powerless in Ottawa? Mr. Speaker, the Bloc is so firmly ensconced on the opposition benches in Ottawa that they're now showing total disregard for the constituents of Repentigny. On Monday, the people of Repentigny will vote for Stéphane Bourgon because he will never hide himself, and he'll defend the interests of the people of Repentigny. On November 27th, Repentigny deserves to take office. The Honourable Member for Laval. A year ago, the House of Commons unanimously adopted at second reading Bill C-301, giving full retroactivity to the GIS for seniors entitled to it. A year ago, all Conservatives voted for this bill. A year ago, seniors got a glimmer of hope to see the government refund them the $3.2 billion owing them. And yet, a year later, there's been no announcement from the Minister of Human Resources Development or from the Minister of Finance. The Conservative silence reneges on their vote of November 23, 2005, and basically leaves seniors out in the cold. A year ago, the Conservatives tried to get seniors to vote for them, and it was mere window dressing. Once again, this is a demonstration that Conservative members from Quebec aren't defending the interests of Quebec seniors. They've betrayed their trust. We won't forget it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions orales. The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, 3 words describe this government's economic statement yesterday: offloading, unfairness, deception. Conservative rhetoric about the debt is deceit at its worst. They play with trick definitions to create a false illusion of greater debt reduction, but it's a fraud. The rate at which they will pay down federal debt stays exactly the same at $3 billion per year. Will the government confess that under their plan, federal debt will still total $436 billion a generation from now in the year 2021?
The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Speaker, the former government certainly left us quite a legacy of debt, but the good thing about it is that we are now going to do something about it. So, Mr. Speaker, the good news is the set out by the Minister of Finance shows that the economy is strong, spending is under control, taxes are going down. The honourable member should celebrate that. Get behind it.
Here. Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, we're ahead of them. The previous Liberal government slashed federal debt by more than $63 billion. Right. We cut the federal debt ratio almost in half. We restored Canada's AAA credit rating, the best in the GA. These Mike Harris retreads across the way cannot beat that record, so they want to change the rules of the game. And how? By appropriating all of the assets of the Canada Pension Plan and all of the wealth of Alberta. What a fraud! Why can't this government just tell the truth?
Tell the truth.
The Honourable the Government House Leader.
The honourable member seems to want to have it both ways. On the one hand, he's upset about everything we're doing, and on the other hand, he wants to take credit for it. So it seems to me you can't have it both ways, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Finance has outlined a blueprint that I think all Canadians should be proud of, and it shows that we're on the right track.
Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, Conservative deceit about debt continues. They say it's okay for your checking account to be chronically overdrawn just as long as you can swipe your mother-in-law's RSP to cover the loss.
Shame.
And on the tax side, they're also a fraud. Liberal personal income tax cuts to 2012 were booked at $25 billion. But Conservative personal income tax relief now stands at only 5.6. They take away $25 billion and they give back 5.6.
Unbelievable.
Why is this deceitful government reducing personal income tax relief by 80%?
What's wrong here?
The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member continues to be, miserable about everything this government is doing, and I respectfully disagree with them. But yesterday was a very, very good day for this country, Mr. Speaker. It's a day when we found out that we are going to continue to reduce debts, eliminate the net debt, use the money saved from the debt to reduce taxes, improve competitiveness, productivity, and innovation, and to make the day even better, now the Bloc Québécois says they want to be part of a united Canada. What could be better than that?
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce.
Mr. Speaker, the financial projections have always been established by private sector firms, but this year the projection is $5 billion higher than that projected by private firms over the next 2 years. How does the minister explain this important difference? Does he not believe that he is putting all of the elements in place to create a deficit? Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Here has become transparent for the very first time. Mr. Speaker, the government opposite, when they were the party opposite when they were in government, used fudge numbers. They did an averaging of different private sector projections. What we did is put all these projections side by side, put the government's projections. Amazingly, they turned out to be almost all the same, and Canadians can see for themselves that we're not trying to hide anything, that all of these projections are clearly laid out. They're not melded together or averaged or any of those things. This is a new beginning for Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance, who was a past master in the art of creating a deficit when he was the Ontario Finance Minister, should know that in over-evaluating profits, you have the main ingredient for a deficit. What the government is trying to do in playing with numbers is like a homeowner with a $200,000 house with a $100,000 mortgage and dares to say that he is no longer in debt. This is ridiculous. Did the Minister of Finance not learn his lesson after his disaster in Ontario? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Let's be clear. The Finance Minister of Canada never ran a deficit when he was Finance Minister. Never. He inherited a deficit from the NDP, and he cleaned it up in large measure, Mr. Speaker. Also, let's talk about net debt, Mr. Speaker. Net government debt is the standard used by OECD to compare countries' debt position. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party owned government in the last fall update on page 67 put in a table comparing Canada's net government debt with other G7 countries.
The Honourable Member for Roberval-Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, thank you. During the election campaign, the Prime Minister promised Quebecers that he would settle the fiscal imbalance. That was one of his big election commitments. In the budget of 2006, the Minister of Finance had given a deadline, a fairly tight deadline, to fix the fiscal imbalance. And yesterday in the economic update, we see that the minister has not met this deadline, and the deadline has been moved. So I would like to know why the government isn't moving forward with this important promise. The Honourable Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What is important is to congratulate the Minister of Finance for his excellent economic plan. And in the document, we can, of course, see that Canada's economy is working quite well. It's a healthy economy. Jobs are being created. The long-term forecasts are good. As to the fiscal imbalance, I would remind the honourable member that the Minister of Finance said in this House that next December 15th he will have an opportunity to meet with other finance ministers in the country. The honourable member for Roberval-Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, I will take what the Minister of Transport has said. If the economy is so good, if the administration is so wonderful, then what is he waiting for to deliver the goods to the people of Quebec when he said that he would settle the fiscal imbalance? The deadlines have disappeared, Mr. Speaker, and it seems to me that priorities are slipping. I would like to ask the government to tell us why they haven't yet delivered the goods if everything is running so well. The Minister of Transport. My honourable colleague knows full well that over the past months we have been consulting with the provinces and the territories, the municipalities. The Minister of Finance did an exceptional job. We will deal with the fiscal imbalance. We will settle this problem. I would ask him to be patient. We will get there. We have made the commitment, and we will live up to that commitment as usual. The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, on September 22nd last, the Minister of Finance stated that the economic update for October would show an advance in the area of fiscal imbalance with the provinces, and that there would be an indication of the direction that everyone was to take. And this was what he had said. Yesterday was November 23rd. The minister made his fiscal update, but there was nothing concrete with respect to the fiscal imbalance. How can the minister justify the spectacular about-face within a single month? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
The Bloc is confused about what a fiscal update is. Fiscal update simply gives the figures as they are and halfway through the fiscal year so that Canadians can see how the government's doing. In this case, we put together a long-term economic plan which has been widely supported across Canada. The member knows that there are ongoing discussions on the fiscal imbalance. The next one will take place on December 9th, and she will just have to be patient because we are getting there in a way that is respectful of the provinces and fully consults with everyone.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. The government continues to have a surplus and wants to bury the fiscal imbalance with other fiscal matters. Will the minister reassure us and tell us that he's not simply trying to gain some time so that during the election he can say, well, I wanted to, but I didn't have enough time?
I know the Bloc would like to think that they're in charge of solving the fiscal imbalance. The fact of the matter is they have no power. They will always be an opposition party, a small party, and all they can do is quibble and complain because they don't have a meaningful role. I feel sorry for them, Mr. Speaker, but they're simply going to have to accept that this is a program and a process that respects all Canadians and that will be conducted in a way that will get to a solution that is fair and reasonable for everyone, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo-Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, another damning report on poverty among First Nations, Métis and Inuit was released today by Campaign 2000. It's another stinging indictment on the Liberal and the Conservative record. It has been 10 years since the Royal Commission on Aboriginal People gave us the roadmap to alleviate poverty, yet the Conservatives are ignoring RCAP. Aboriginal people weren't even mentioned in the fiscal update. Why does this government have billions for corporate tax cuts, but nothing for child poverty in Aboriginal communities?
Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately it is true our government did inherit a shameful situation from the previous Liberal government. We can look back to the last 10 years since RCAP came out. And of course, AFN brought forward a failing grade, a grade of F, and it was well deserved by that previous government. But we've done much since that time. Of course, we've entered into the first modern treaty with British Columbia. We've brought $300 million for northern housing, $300 million for off-reserve housing, as well as signing the residential school agreement, Mr. Speaker. We are taking real action for Aboriginal people.
Honourable member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have had 10 months, yet Pikangikum children do not have access to running water. Cooper Island, limited access to medical care. North of 60, over 50% of children have experienced violence in the home. 1 in 4 First Nations children on reserve live in poverty. Off reserve, 40% are living in poverty. Do you need to hear more? Well, nearly 50% of First Nations houses in all of Canada are contaminated with mold. How long is this government going to say children will have to wait for clean water and stable houses? How long?
The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, immediately upon taking office, this Minister of Indian Affairs took part in addressing what he was going to do to address the shameful state that we've received. And of course, water was at the top of his list. Since that time, he's put forward a plan and brought forward an expert panel to look at the issues facing First Nations people in relation to water. Thankfully, we're taking real action and we're seeing real results.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Deception, unfairness, offloading. 3 words to describe yesterday's economic update. For one thing, this statement offers grandiose plans without a penny to back any of it. Worse, it takes billions away from low and middle income Canadians. However, possibly the most blatant deception in this document is the alleged elimination of the debt by 2021. In fact, Mr. Speaker, under the Conservatives' plan, the federal debt will not be paid off by 2021, but in 160 years. Mr. Speaker, why is this government tying its debt reduction targets to its greenhouse gas emission plans?
The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary. Parliamentary
Speaker,
Secretary,
the
Minister
member
of
well
Finance.
knows that the net debt has been mentioned in every single Liberal budget, and that there is an objective for the very first time, a commitment to get rid of the net debt. We want to be, in fact, the first OECD, the first G7 country to get rid of the net debt. And this is important, Mr. Speaker, because this puts a heavy weight on the shoulders of young Canadians. We want them to have a strong future, not one where they have to pay off the debt of former generations. And, Mr. Speaker, the members should be getting behind this program to pay off Canada's net debt.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives are laughing at Canadians. The Liberal government has always had $3 billion aside for the debt, and there's nothing new in what was put forward yesterday, even though the Minister says that the debt will be eliminated 140 years earlier. This can't be done without the participation of the provinces, and the Minister knows that full well. What would happen if a Minister of Finance, as Mike Harris did in Ontario, would find himself with $6 billion of debt? Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
That is a matter of fairness, and in fact, that using the net debt we're adopting as the accepted international standard used as to benchmark debt reduction from country to country. And for example, Australia has recently celebrated the fact that it has eliminated its net debt. We can eliminate Canada's net debt by 2021. We expect all Canadians to be part of this. We know they want to do this. They're proud that there is at last a benchmark, and that we will put all of the unanticipated surpluses toward the debt, as we did this year, paying down $13.2 billion.
Member for York West.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday's economic understatement was a massive exercise in unfairness. 2005, the Liberals provided $29 billion in tax relief for all Canadians, particularly the low and middle-income earners. But that is all gone, and in its place, a scheme that would make George W. Bush proud. Their update laments the fact that those poor souls who are earning more than $120,000 are treated unfairly. Imagine. Why do the Conservatives always favour the 6 income earners over regular Canadians?
Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
To the GST especially help low-income Canadians who don't pay any other kind of tax. And yet this party didn't want to support that, Mr. Speaker. I wonder why they don't want to support tax relief for low-income Canadians. In fact, in this fiscal update, we are going to give Canadians a tax-back guarantee, and that means that there will be more money in the pockets of Canadians, because every time we pay down the debt, we save interest, and that interest will go right back to Canadians in the form of reduced taxes, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, by 2011, Canadians will receive each and every year an additional $1.4.
The honourable member for York West.
Mr. Speaker, this government has shown an incredible ability to shift the tax burdens from the rich to the poor in a mere 10 months. The GST cut that the member refers to offers pennies on a Timex and hundreds of dollars on a Rolex. But on Canada Day, Canadians woke up to an increased tax rate at the lowest bracket. Now the government wants to further line the pockets of those who earn the most. This party has taken the word progressive from its name with good reason. Why is it now doing the same thing to the tax system?
Well written. Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary.
Well,
The Minister of Finance.
A mischaracterization of what we've done, because in our very first budget we took 650,000 Canadians completely off the tax taxes for the lowest income Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And under our tax-back guarantee, we will continue to return to Canadians the benefits of paying down debt. It will be $800 billion in the very next year, and by 2011, Canadians will have another $1.4 billion every single year because we are paying down Canada's net debt.
Right on.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, in an annual report submitted to the United Nations, the government itself admits that if nothing is done, greenhouse gas emissions will have gone beyond 47% in 2010, which was the Kyoto target. The Clean Air Plan has no reduction objectives before 2011. Why is the government not attacking greenhouse gas emissions immediately when it itself admits that this is urgent?
Order. Perhaps the member for Wascana and the President of the Treasury Board could carry on their discussions in the foyer while the rest of us continue with question period. It's very difficult for the speaker to hear what's going on, and I'll be glad to send somebody out there to manage the discussion if it's necessary. The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the honourable member knows, this was a report that the Liberal government was supposed to table with the UN January 1st, just prior to the election. Now, that report, Mr. Speaker, said, what the member said was that 47%, if the Liberal government's plan would have brought us 47% above the Kyoto targets. Now, the big question, Mr. Speaker, is why is that member supporting a government that has a failed Kyoto plan? It makes no sense, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, what the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has just said is even more reason for us to act now to deal with climate change, because it's written in a report by his government that greenhouse gas emissions will be unacceptable as early as 2010 if Canada continues to remain inactive. Will the government stop delaying things and immediately set in place a plan that respects the Kyoto target, as climatologists, economists, environmental groups and citizens are asking? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Speaker, the former government did nothing for 13 years. They did not present that report. And now we've got this member saying he supports that. He supports us carrying on. Mr. Speaker, that's utter nonsense. This government is committed to reducing greenhouse gases, not like the former government. Mr. Speaker, all he did in Nairobi was mischief. He did not participate. He actually, Mr. Speaker, should be paying back the taxpayers for the waste of the dollars to bring him to Nairobi.
The Honourable Member for Brassard-La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, according to an expert in international law, the rules of the WTO could allow for attacks against countries that would violate the Kyoto Protocol. Does the Minister of the Environment intend to change his position on Kyoto before its lack of action and laissez-faire attitude imperil the economies of Canada and Quebec? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Speaker, we have been committed to the Kyoto Protocol, but we've been honest with Canadians, we've been honest with our international partners that we will not be able to meet the targets because of what the Liberals did when they were in government. Mr. Speaker, we are working with our international partners. We got consensus. We've got support on the international stage. And, Mr. Speaker, we need to encourage every member of this House to work together on the Clean Air Act because that's the only piece of legislation that will help us meet targets.
The Honourable Member for Brassard-La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the government's lack of action should be condemned because it could risk untold consequences not only for the economy but for the future of corporations that export abroad. So I would ask the government to stop entertaining this uncertainty and tell us what are the objectives to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
I agree that those that are trying to sabotage the plan to deal with greenhouse gases should be condemned. And, Mr. Speaker, it's that party, it's the Black and the Liberals that should be condemned because, Mr. Speaker, this party is a party of action. We've tabled the Clean Air Act, and those parties, Mr. Speaker, want to stop Canada from moving forward on reducing greenhouse gases on emissions. Mr. Speaker, they have to stop their sabotage. They need to get on side with reducing greenhouse gas emissions.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take advantage of the presence of the many members of the Harris government to put this question. The Walkerton problem came about from the problems with water contaminated by contaminated rain. There will be a great threat to drinkable water in Canada. What is the government doing to address this threat? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for raising this issue. First Nation communities are experiencing the challenges with water supplies, much like other small communities across the country and around the world. Boil water orders are being issued under provincial legislation, and it's becoming common across Canada. And this is due to, after 13 years of neglect by the member's party, this government has announced $450 million over the next 2 years to address drinking water, education, children and women, and housing issues. This government's taking action.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Climate change programs, including the Canadian Climate Impacts and Adaptation Research Network. The network was funding research into the impacts of climate change on water at the Brace Centre in Saint-Anne-de-Bellevue in my riding. That program has been abruptly cut. Its funding will come to an end in about 10 months. Will the government reconsider its short-sighted approach to climate change and restore the network's long-term funding so it can continue to do its crucial work in the area of water research?
The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable Member knows, that this government takes climate change, takes global warming, takes pollution in our air very serious. Mr. Speaker, but this was the Liberal plan, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal plan was to do nothing. Nothing for 13 years, which is shameful. But, Mr. Speaker, this is what the former Environment Minister said. He said, I'll be part of Kyoto, but I'll say to the world, I don't think we'll make it. No wonder we got a mess, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, that member that said that is actually one of the people that are running to be the leadership of Canada. I mean, of the leadership of the Liberal Party. Shameful, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Monsieur le Président, le ministre...
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Immigration says he will try to bring temporary workers. And this will not solve the problem of undocumented workers. What will the government do to deal with this situation? Is it going to deal with the situation? The Honourable Minister.
Right now, there are tremendous job shortages across the country. In fact, in the next number of years, Alberta and BC alone project job shortages of around 700,000 people. We're acting to respond to that, Mr. Speaker, which is why we've made some administrative changes to speed the process up so that employers can bring workers into Canada more quickly and more efficiently and in a more cost-effective way, Mr. Speaker. We're acting. After 13 years of Liberal non-action, we're acting on this, Mr. Speaker, and we're starting to get some things done for employers around this country.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, the Greater Toronto Area needs more skilled workers, but the government response is to ignore the situation and to pit one region against the other. Doesn't the government understand that without these workers, Toronto's economy would come to a standstill? Torontonians contribute immensely to the strength of Canada, but in return they get no support from this government. Mr. Speaker, running a government means helping people from all of Canada. If the minister is unwilling to regularize undocumented workers, then we at least extend the temporary foreign workers enhancements to Canada's largest city, or will he continue to ignore Toronto, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's a little rich coming from this member. I point out to the member that we are in negotiations with Ontario with respect to temporary foreign workers and have been for some time. But, Mr. Speaker, the real question is, if the member is so concerned about undocumented workers, why did he sit idle while his government deported over 100,000 undocumented workers over the last number of years? And why did the member stand in his place and vote against a proposal to raise settlement funding to Ontario by 60% this year alone? That's the real question.
The honourable member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Mr. Speaker, last night the Liberal-dominated Senate continued its dirty work and sent the Federal Accountability Act back to committee in order to delay it even further. This after the House of Commons has voted at least 6 times for the Accountability Act. What is even more outrageous is the silence from Liberal MPs and Liberal leadership candidates whose complete failure to speak out against these delays demonstrates they're complicit in the foot-dragging. Will the President of the Treasury Board tell the House what he's hearing from Canadians about the Liberals' lack of respect for democracy?
The Honourable, the President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, this Parliament, this House of Commons, dealt with the return of the Federal Accountability Act, the gutting of the Federal Accountability Act by the unelected Liberal Senate, by strengthening it, putting the teeth back in, and setting it back. All 4 parties came together to do that in less than 2 days. Now we have the unelected Liberal Senate going on to day 146. It's disgraceful and it's wrong. The most outrageous thing, Mr. Speaker, is the unelected Liberal Senate is so concerned about its own ethics officer. They're so ethically challenged, I guess, Mr. Speaker, they believe they need their own ethics officer. We'd like them to do the right thing, to stand up for accountability and pass the Federal Accountability Act.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this week we learned that the government has appointed a 9-member committee on the future and renewal of the public service, one of this country's most important national institutions. However, not one member is currently employed in the public service. Ooh. I would like to ask the Prime Minister if he will correct this by appointing a representative from today's public service to the advisory committee.
Honourable the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we were very pleased that a number of eminent Canadians accepted the Prime Minister and the Clerk of the Privy Council's offer to provide us with guidance and as we go forward to build upon the strength that we have in our public service to deal with the huge challenge we're going to have with retirements. Eminent Canadians like Paul Tellier, the former Clerk of the Privy Council, eminent Canadians like the Right Honourable Don Mazankowski, eminent Canadians like Aldea Landry, the former Deputy Premier of New Brunswick under the Liberal government of Frank McKenna. We'll certainly take the member opposite's concerns under advisement because we want to make sure we have and continue to have the very best public service in Canada.
Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, this kind of dismissive attitude is precisely what is wrong with the public service renewal plan. If this government is really serious about recruiting future leaders to our public service, they need to show respect to today's public servants. Again, I ask if the Prime Minister will appoint, in addition to his high-powered friends, a member of today's public service to his advisory committee. Make sure that this is not top-down, that we have a bottom-up approach. It's a sensible thing to do. Will the government please do that?
Honourable the President of the Treasury Board.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. With great respect to the member for Ottawa Centre, I was not dismissive. I certainly indicated to him in my first response that we would be happy to take his concerns under advisement. We are going to be having a good number of exercises designed to ensure that we continue to have a top-quality public service respected around the world. We'll certainly look at what we can do to bring in a wide variety of public servants to get their advice, their input into what is going to be a huge challenge for the Government of Canada in the years ahead.
The Honourable Member for Oak Ridges, Markham.
Mr. Speaker, on October 25, 2006, a unanimous motion passed in the House which called upon the Minister of Transport to use his powers to direct Canada Post to maintain traditional rural mail delivery and protect public safety when rural constituents are required to collect mail at designated group boxes locations, which are often long distance from their homes. Since then, we have seen no action from this Conservative minority government. Mr. Speaker, when will rural Canadians receive their mail?
Good question.
Honourable the Minister of Transport.
Well, as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, rural Canadians are receiving their mail. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, there has been progress that has been noted on that file. I have met now on several occasions with the President and Chairman of Canada Post to be able to bring forward a comprehensive plan that will necessarily encompass the wishes of this House to be able to continue to maintain traditional rural mail delivery, and that is the purpose with which I am working with Canada Post to be able to do that so that Canadians will be pleased and satisfied that that is done with the utmost safety and concern for the employees also.
The Honourable Member for Oak Ridges, Markham.
Mr. Speaker, rural Canadians should not have to travel long distances from their homes to collect their mail.
Exactly.
Group mailbox locations were intended for urban areas, not rural Canadians. This issue is high on the minds of rural Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and this government's inaction tells me they are second class. When will this government start protecting public safety and take the real action to protect traditional rural mail delivery, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable the Minister of Transport.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that, quite honestly, we have to recognize that this issue didn't spring up at the day that we were elected. Obviously, there has been things that have been going on. We are working closely with the concerned parties. We take very seriously, and I've indicated this on several occasions in this House, and have conveyed to the Chairman of the Board of Canada Post that this is an extremely serious matter. We want traditional mail delivery to be maintained, and we will, to that purpose, do what needs to be done.
Honourable Member for Labrador.
Mr. Speaker, Labradorians say Tory times are tough times, but neoconservative times are even tougher. Government confirmed last night that their so-called commitment to the highway in Labrador is a sham. Now we learn that the same may be true about the new airport terminal promised for Goose Bay, the busiest in Labrador. Mr. McAdam, the COA minister's political appointee, says the funds budgeted by our former Liberal government are still there. The Defence Minister's office says the funds are still there. Even a well-connected Tory lobbyist says the funds are still there. But the Transport Minister can't find them. Will someone please show him where the money is for the Goose Bay Airport, and when can we get the cheque?
The Honourable the Minister of Transport.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is an issue, of course, that has been brought forward. We are looking at this issue, and when comes time to be able to resolve it, we will advise the House on the direction that we're going to take.
Honourable Member for Labrador.
Mr. Speaker, that ain't much. The former Liberal government a year ago approved a major investment in Goose Bay and in Labrador, a $20 million diversification fund, a victim of Tory cutbacks. $30 million from D&D for foreign military training and marketing, cancelled. A $96 million Coast Guard investment, axed by the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. The only survivor of the cutbacks is supposedly $9 million for a new airport terminal. Can the Fisheries Minister or the Transport Minister assure us that the airport terminal is still on? Or was it axed like the Coast Guard and so much other things that were committed by the Liberals their first days in office?
Honourable the Minister of National Defence.
I find it highly hypocritical for a member of that party to be talking about Goose Bay. They had Goose Bay on the hit list. They were going to close Goose Bay.
Shame! Todd, how could you?
And what they did before the last election is put a few little salves in the locals to try to pretend that they were going to preserve Goose Bay. They are against Goose Bay. They wanted to close Goose Bay.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Mr. Speaker, after having decided to increase fishing quotas off the coast of Newfoundland, making the market dive, there is now a lobster zone in Prince Edward Island. The unilateral decision of the government, does it hide a strategy to take away more fish stock from Quebec fishers? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House.
First of all, I'm very pleased to be speaking on behalf of the Ministry of Fisheries and Oceans, who does an excellent job on behalf of this country and fisheries everywhere. But I can tell the Honourable Member that the government will be working closely with the province of Quebec on this issue and others, including anything to do with the fisheries industry, and I think the member will be quite pleased.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Les Basques. There was cod, shrimp, and now lobster. Does the minister realize that every time the federal government takes political decisions on quotas, it has disastrous consequences not only for Quebec fishery, but for the resource? Will the minister change his manner of going about things? The Honourable Leader of the Government.
I think the Minister of Fisheries is going about his portfolio in the right direction, and I can tell the Honourable Member that, including today, the Minister is co-chairing a forum with the province of Quebec, and we look forward to hearing from the Minister upon his return to the House of Commons.
The Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer.
Mr. Speaker, on May 11, 2004, the current member for Nepean-Carleton wrote a letter attacking any attempt to move Defence Headquarters to the GDS Uniphase building in his writing. In his letter, he complains of increased traffic, increased infrastructure costs, lack of public consultation, and most importantly, the waste of taxpayers' dollars. Now that the RCMP will be moving there, could the Minister of Public Works tell this House if he has received the same complaint from this member, or is this just another example of the blatant partisan hypocrisy we've all come to expect from the member from Nepean-Carleton?
Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works and Government Services.
Mr. Speaker, what we did with the JDS Uniphase buildings, we were handed, frankly, a mess by the Liberal government. The way that they approached that contract was inappropriate, it wasn't open, and it wasn't competitive. And so what we did is we put it forward, we opened up the process, we allowed other people to compete for that contract, and we solved a lot of the problems that the Liberals put forward. And in fact, we're very proud that the RCMP are going to have a state-of-the-art headquarters where it needs to be to meet their needs so that they can meet the needs of all Canadians.
Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, honourable members will know that tomorrow, November 25th, is the International Day for Elimination of Violence Against Women. I would like to take this opportunity to express my wholehearted support for efforts around the world to bring an end to the cruel and inhumane violence inflicted on women. Could the Minister of International Cooperation tell us what our government is doing for women in developing countries?
Honourable the Minister of International Cooperation.
Monsieur le Président, je tiens à informer.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inform this House that Canada is acting on this situation. Please allow me to quote from our mission in Afghanistan. I'd like to bring it forward as an example. Women have been oppressed by the Taliban regime. We've helped women make progress and to assert their rights. More than 25% of the new government are women, and microcredit is being given to women. They have rights to health care, legal help, literacy training, and they have access to school. There's access to schools for young girls.
For Western Arctic.
Mr. Speaker, the federal court has ruled the government has the duty to consult with the Deneta of Northern Alberta on the development of Mackenzie Valley Pipeline. The Joint Review Panel, as it said, it will reconsider its hearing schedule in light of this court decision. But the Minister of Indian Affairs says this ruling will not slow down his push for the project. How will the minister prove he cares about the concerns of the Deneta or the Decho or the Satu? Or are all these consultations just for show?
Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada is very supportive of the Mackenzie gas project, and it is subject, though, to undergoing rigorous environmental assessments and regulatory review. We will continue to discuss this project with all the parties involved, but of course we don't want to preempt the economic benefits that are going to be there for all Northerners and of course Aboriginal Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Mr. Speaker, Canada needs northern gas, but the North needs a fair deal from Canada. To the media last week, the minister suggested the decision of the federal court just didn't matter. It seems to me that the minister has forgotten his role in judgment on this process. He has a duty to hear from every northerner who has a stake in the pipeline. Can the minister advise this House, will he be thinking of the needs of average northerners, particularly the needs of Aboriginal northerners, upon whose land this pipeline will be built, or will he be thinking of the needs of his friends in the Petroleum Club?
Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Mr. Speaker, of course we will be keeping in mind all of the needs of Aboriginal Canadians throughout the North, and this is very important for the economic benefits that will be seen from this project. Mr. Speaker, we're proceeding, of course, with other plans as well, a $500 million socio-economic fund, which will help remediate the effects of this project.
Hear, hear. Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, one of the devastating cuts recently announced by Canada's new heartless government was to the summer career placement program. This was a double whammy and a disgrace. It hurt students attending university or college, and it hurt important community organizations. In my riding, the grants went to assist mental health groups, seniors, the disabled, and many more. But the primary beneficiaries were groups that help young children, like the Boys and Girls Club and Youth Recreation, and all are not-for-profit. Could the minister be specific? Which group of young Canadians was she most seeking to hurt? Children of the Boys and Girls Club or students saving for post-secondary education?
Good question.
The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the former government used those summer jobs programs to provide wage subsidies for the largest corporations in the world. At the same time, putting money in the hottest labor markets. We're going to stop subsidizing big business and stop putting money into red hot labor markets. We're going to refocus money where jobs are harder to find by spending $45 million per year to help students who are having difficulty finding work. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Finance. Yesterday, the Minister of Finance introduced the Economic and Fiscal Update. And as part of the update, the Minister introduced a tax-back guarantee for all Canadians. He outlined Canada's new national goal of eliminating our total net debt by 2021. Could the Parliamentary Secretary outline for the House how the tax-back guarantee is going to benefit all Canadians in this country?
Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question and for his outstanding work as a member of the Finance Committee.
Right on. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's new government has set a new, bold national goal of eliminating Canada's net debt, and as we pay down Canada's national mortgage, the interest savings of reduced debt will be returned directly to Canadian taxpayers each and every year through a reduction in personal income taxes. That's our tax-back guarantee. Wow. It will give Canadians a direct stake and direct benefit in how Canada's new government manages finances on their behalf. And, Mr. Speaker, less debt means less interest on debt, which will mean lower personal taxes for Canadians.
Well done.
The time for questions is now expired. Tabling of documents. Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 6 petitions.
All right. Order. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34, I have the honour to present in both official languages 2 copies of our reports from the Canadian branch of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association concerning the CPA UK branch parliamentary seminar held in London, England, and Brussels, Belgium from May 7th to 19th, 2006. My pre-Abuja conference visit to London, England, August 28th to September 2nd, 2006. The 52nd Annual International Conference of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association held in Abuja, Nigeria from September 1st to 10th, 2006. And the study group on benchmarks for democratic legislatures held in Bermuda from October 30th to November 3rd, 2006. Thank you.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees.
Members' bills. Première lecture de projet.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Mr. Day, for Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Ms. Skelton, moves that Bill S5, an act to implement conventions and protocols concluded between Canada and Finland, Mexico and Korea for the avoidance of double taxation and the prevention of fiscal evasion with respect to taxes on income, be now read a first time. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present another petition, one of several thousands of petitions I received in my office dealing with the issue of undocumented workers. And again, it calls on the government and Parliament to immediately halt the deportation of undocumented workers and to find a humane and logical solution to their situations. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions. The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud today to present hundreds of names from 2 petitions, Mr. Speaker. This petition is calling upon Parliament to reopen the issue of marriage in this Parliament and to repeal or to amend the Marriage for Civil Purposes Act in order to promote and to defend marriage as a lawful union of one man and one woman to the exclusion of all others. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions. The Honourable Member for British Columbia, Southern Ontario.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition here of over 100 names to ban Terminator technology in Canada. The fact that seeds are made sterile, the fact that seed saving is key to farmers' livelihoods. Therefore, these petitioners call upon Parliament to enshrine in legislation a permanent national ban on Terminator technologies to ensure that these are never planted, field-tested, patented, or commercialized in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 sets of petitions to present. The first one is calling on the Canadian government to immediately withdraw Canadian troops from Afghanistan and to develop an independent foreign policy that promotes world peace and ecological sustainability and grant residence to American war resistors. And the second set of petitions is also about Canada's role in Afghanistan, and it calls upon the Government of Canada to begin the withdrawal of Canadian forces from the counterinsurgency mission in southern Afghanistan. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Tobique, Mactaquac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present 3 petitions on behalf of a number of individuals from Nova Scotia calling upon Parliament to reopen the issue of marriage in this Parliament and to repeal or to amend the Marriage for Civil Purposes Act in order to promote and defend marriage as a lawful union of one man and one woman to the exclusion of all others. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Yes, that's right. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to table a petition with 100 signatures from constituents in my riding having to do with the seal hunt.
Petition.
Petitions.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following question will be answered today. Question 103. Ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is this the wish of the House? So ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government business. Resuming consideration of the motion number 11 regarding the Quebec nation within a united Canada.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Cowichan and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to stand in the House and speak to this motion today, and I will be sharing my time with the member from British Columbia, Southern Ontario. I perhaps have a slightly different perspective around this motion, and part of it is because I am a first-generation Canadian on my mother's side. My mother came to Canada in approximately 1948. She came to Montreal. I was born in Montreal, and subsequently my family moved from Montreal, but then I returned to Montreal and completed a couple of grade school years there. Now, I also am a very fortunate Canadian in that I have lived from coast to coast in this country. I've lived in New Brunswick, I've lived in Quebec, I've lived in Ontario, my father spent time in Manitoba, and I've lived in British Columbia. So I have a unique perspective of this country. And one of the things about living in Canada is that I value its diversity. I value its complexity. I value its depth and its breadth. And I think this motion before us gives us an opportunity to talk about that diversity. And Mr. Speaker, members of this House are very well aware of the fact that New Democrats have always recognized the contribution of Quebecers to the Canadian social fabric. We've always recognized that our strength is in our diversity. And we also believe that Quebecois people can realize their potential within the Canadian Federation. So the NDP wants to create winning conditions for people in Canada and in Quebec. And one of the things when we talk about the contributions that Quebec has made to the social fabric, we only need to look at Quebec's innovation around childcare, around pay equity, and know that those issues that Quebecers have taken on front and centre can contribute to making sure that the rest of Canada has that kind of depth and breadth as well. Now, when we're talking about nationhood, I cannot help but talk about First Nations, Métis and Inuit peoples in this country. And on November 23rd, there was a story that was run around First Nations and nationhood. And because it is relevant to the discussion that we're having when we're talking about what it means to be a nation in Canada, I think it's very important that I bring this in the discussion. And the Assembly of First Nations calls upon the Prime Minister to clarify his position in a way that does justice to the status and role of First Nations in Quebec and within Canada as a whole. And I'm going to continue to quote from this very important document from the Assembly of First Nations and from Monsieur Picard. National Chief Phil Fontaine commented that mindful as we are of our own history and identity, we want to be respectful of other communities and traditions in Canada. The AFN has been and remains open to recognition of the nature of Quebec society that acknowledges features such as the French-speaking majority in that province. It is important, however, that such recognition be carried out in a way that does not dismiss or diminish in any way the nationhood of First Nations in Quebec and throughout Canada. AFN Regional Chief of Quebec and Labrador, Ghislaine Picard, also added that First Nations of Quebec reserve the right to assert and affirm our status as nations regardless of what other governments may imply. Furthermore, Picard stated that the recognition by one government of another is only meaningful through a process of negotiation to confirm mutual understandings of the relationship. The Aboriginal and treaty rights of First Nations peoples, as referenced in the Constitution Act 1982, already provide for the unique status of First Nations in law. The Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples, which delivered its final report 10 years ago this week, provided a comprehensive affirmation of our right and title, as well as a clear path forward for First Nations and all Canadians. Yet Canada has failed to act and failed to respond in a manner consistent with Aboriginal and treaty rights and title. Indeed, First Nations across Canada are expressing frustration at the lack of action and attention to First Nations issues. At the same time as putting forward this motion, the Government of Canada is actively opposing the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Canada's opposition to this non-binding declaration that would set only minimum standards for dignity, survival, and well-being of the world's Indigenous peoples is unprincipled and inconsistent. And, Mr. Speaker, in the conclusion, the National Chief Fontaine said that there is space for all in Canada. Now, these are really important elements for us to interject into this discussion. I'm going to come back to the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples because they laid out some clear guidelines around what we're talking about when we're recognizing First Nations people as nations in Canada. And I think these guidelines in the Royal Commission of Aboriginal Peoples, which, as I mentioned, celebrated its 10th anniversary, both the Liberals and the Conservatives have failed to take into account the extensive consultation process that happened in order to formulate the recommendations in RCAP. And we still see, as Campaign 2000 indicated in its release today, desperate poverty in First Nations, Métis and Inuit peoples from coast to coast to coast in Canada. I want to just come back to Chapter 3 in governance in the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples report. And I think this is important because it does set the stage. It says the rights of self-determination is vested in all the Aboriginal peoples of Canada, including First Nations, Inuit and Métis peoples. The right finds its foundation in emerging norms of international law and basic principles of public morality. By virtue of this right, Aboriginal peoples are entitled to negotiate freely the terms of their relationship with Canada and to establish governmental structures that they consider appropriate for their needs. Point 2 says, when exercised by Aboriginal peoples within the context of the Canadian Federation, the right of self-determination does not ordinarily give rise to a right of secession, except in the case of grave oppression or disintegration of the Canadian state. The chapter on governance goes on to outline a number of other factors. And part of this is it talks about the fact that governments in Canada recognize that Aboriginal peoples are nations vested with the right of self-determination. With regard to government recognition of Aboriginal nations, the Commission concludes that Aboriginal peoples are entitled to identify their own national units for purposes of exercising the right of self-determination. And under 2.3.3, the RCAP report said that the federal government put in place a neutral and transparent process for identifying Aboriginal groups entitled to exercise the right of self-determination as nations, a process that uses the following specific attributes of nationhood. And then it goes on to talk about collective sense of national identity, nation is of sufficient size and capacity, that the nation constitutes the majority of the permanent population, and so on. Now, Mr. Speaker, as we're having this very important debate about Quebec as a nation within Canada, we also should be opening up the doors to talk about First Nations as a nation within Canada. And this is a missed opportunity, Mr. Speaker. While we're having this very important debate around Quebec as a nation, why don't we open that door to have that conversation around First Nations peoples as nations? And in my province of British Columbia, we've seen such little progress over decades around moving forward on treaties and land claims that people are giving up in despair that they will ever see the resolution in their lifetime. I tell this story, I've told this story before about an elder from a community who said to me he started at his grandfather's knee at the age of 9. At the age of 9, Mr. Speaker, learning how to work towards treaty and land claim settlement. He is 63 now. His community still does not have a treaty, and he is now training his grandchildren to take over his role in treaty and land claim settlement. We are losing a generation, Mr. Speaker. The Campaign 2000 poverty report that was released today talked about 1 in 4 First Nations children and their families. Children don't live in poverty and isolation. 1 in 4 First Nations children and their families living on reserve are living in poverty. Mr. Speaker, in our country, we can't even get the Conservative government to acknowledge the Declaration on Indigenous Rights. What hope do First Nations people have that we will have a Conservative government or a Liberal government before them who is willing to take the necessary steps to work in partnership with First Nations, Métis and Inuit communities to ensure that living conditions were not substandard? So, Mr. Speaker, we will be supporting this motion, and I urge other members of this House to consider that as well. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member from Nanaimo Cowichan, for her excellent speech, linking some of the aspects of other people's struggles in this country to the struggles of Quebec in achieving its proper state in this country. You know, I live in the Northwest Territories, where we have many Aboriginal First Nations that are actively pursuing self-government, and they're actively moving forward to ensure that they have their nations well established in Canada. Key to their progress is an understanding of their culture and language. It certainly wasn't well supported with taking away Aboriginal language programs by this government just recently. As well, we have in my territory the first claim being negotiated by a Métis First Nation, the Northwest Territories Métis First Nation, in Canada as a whole. And once again, the need to hold on to your culture, to your expression, to your history is so basic to nation building for those. My question really comes down to Canada, too. How are we building Canada as a nation? And right now in this Parliament, we have the opportunity to, in nation building, we're going to be moving forward in the next while into a special committee and we're going to sit down and the 4 groups the 4 parties in this Parliament are going to talk about nation building when it comes to dealing with the question of greenhouse gas emissions and the climate and the environment in the future. And that's nation building as well. And to my honourable colleague, the question that I have is, how can this Parliament, when we recognize Quebecois as a nation, how can we work to build Canadians as a nation across this country? And I'd like an opportunity for her to speak to that.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from the Western Arctic for that question. And I think he's really hit the nail on the head when he talks about the importance of language and culture in terms of building a nation. And in a press release by the First Peoples Heritage Language and Culture Council, they condemned the Conservative government. They said Aboriginal language program unilaterally cut by the minister is a betrayal to the BC First Nations languages. And in British Columbia, which only gets 10% of the language funding, there's 2/3 of the language groups in British Columbia. And it was a great lesson for me when one of the elders, the Cowichan elders, was teaching me some of the Hulkaminam language and was teaching me a word for heart, which is squallowin. And what I realized is I could not understand the word unless I understood some of the culture that went behind that. And I think it was a good lesson for me and for other Canadians is that as we embrace languages and cultures, that we cannot take language apart from culture. So it's essential that when we're recognizing nations, that we recognize their right to determine their language and culture, and that we encourage and support First Nations communities and Inuit communities and Métis communities in continuing to keep their languages healthy and vital in order to maintain their culture.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for British Columbia, Southern Ontario.
10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to have an opportunity today in the House of Commons to speak about my country, Canada. One of the reasons why I went into politics at the federal level is because I firmly believe in Canadian unity. And I've been thinking about this question for years, and particularly about Quebec's place in our federation. The NDP recognize that the Québécois form a nation, and less than 2 months ago at our convention in Quebec City, we acknowledged that fact. We've always felt that the Québécois form a nation, and we believe that ordinary Québécois will be better served if Quebec remains within Canada. But what does all of this mean to me as a Canadian born in Vancouver of Russian and Ukrainian origin? My mother tongue is Russian, and we managed to maintain our culture while being very proud Canadians. I arrived in Quebec City in 1975 to learn French, and I remember I lived on Crémazie Street. I studied language at the university, and I started to understand the Quebec culture. Since then, Quebec has become a special part of my country, a place that is somewhat different from the others. I had an opportunity to live in each major region of Canada, and I must admit that whenever I return to Quebec, I feel at home. It might sound strange to my Western friends, but those who have had an opportunity to spend some time in Quebec feel the same way I do. I had the honor to live in Quebec on numerous occasions. I took a summer course in Chicoutimi, 3 months in 1989, spent with my wife in Trois-Rivières, a few months in Quebec City, and I have visited friends in Thetford. I went to see them this summer before our convention in Quebec City, and during the 1990s I worked as a French immersion teacher in British Columbia, and I had an opportunity to take a group of students to Thetford twice while I was a teacher, and I met with friends and teachers at that school and their families, and we have remained friends, and whenever I return it's like coming home, and I'd like to thank Mike for that in passing. It's thanks to student exchange programs that we could do this. So what better way is there to come to know one another and visit two parts of our country? I also sent students to Quebec for a 6-month exchange. They spent 3 months in Quebec, and then their hosts from Quebec spent 3 months in British Columbia. Imagine what it is like to live with a Quebec family for 3 months. Imagine what that is like for a young student from British Columbia. There's also the Kitimavik program that encourages exchanges, or not necessarily exchanges, but trips throughout Canada for young people. That's important, and I encourage this government to maintain that program and all similar programs. So, Mr. Speaker, that's my personal experience. That's what I have done, what I will continue to do. I met my wife, an American, in Martinique, thanks to a federal grant program during the summer of 1986. French is our language, and I spent 3 months with her in Trois-Rivières. I went with her this summer to Thetford, and when she speaks French, you can even detect a small Quebec accent. So I'm here not to give logical arguments for Quebec to continue to play an important role within a united Canada. That's not what I'm here to say, but I'm here to share with you and my friends from Quebec particularly what I feel, and I hope with all of my heart, that the Quebec people will decide to remain with us in the Canadian family. We know that there are external forces that want to destroy our country, that want to pressure us. There are some who want us to dismantle the wheat board, who want to encourage the dumping of corn in Quebec and Ontario, and they want us to fall in line with global rules. And it's in remaining united from sea to sea that we will be able to fight against these external forces and maintain our Canadian sovereignty. A united Canada, a Canada that is independent and strong, will guarantee that the Quebec nation will keep its strong place within Canada. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
I want to thank my colleague from British Columbia Southern Interior for his intervention and appreciate the perspective that he brings. I wonder, when we're talking about nation, again, I want to come back to the Campaign 2000 report that was released today. I wonder if the member could comment about how he sees nationhood in the context of the fact that we have people in this country who are living in houses that are contaminated with mold, who don't have sufficient access to drinking water, who don't have enough money to pay for school supplies, and it goes on. And I wonder if the member could comment about, when he talks about nation, what he sees as being critical elements to have in place to building a strong, healthy nation in Canada.
The honourable member for British Columbia, Southern Ontario.
Well, I thank my colleague for her question. We have a couple of concepts here. We have the idea of a nation within a country, and we have the nation that we're talking about, Quebec. We have the nation, First Nations. We have other nations who have a right to call themselves a nation within our federal context. But the question that my honourable colleague addresses is that of poverty, that of injustice vis-a-vis our First Nations is not acceptable. We, in order to keep our country together, it is important, it is imperative that we address those concerns. It is important that we are only as rich as the poorest people. We're only as rich as those people who live in those outlying areas can have access to water, can have access to all the good things that we all desire.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the Honourable, the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker.
The Minister of Citizenship and Immigration. C'est un honneur pour moi.
It's an honor for me today to rise to speak in favor of the government's motion that this House recognize the Quebecois as a nation within a united Canada.
Canadian and as a member of this government to fight for one Canada, strong and united. Mr. Speaker, for me, a nation is a people, usually from the same geographic area, who largely share a common language, culture, history, and sensibility. This describes les Québécoises et Québécois. Mr. Speaker, we will soon be celebrating the 400th anniversary of Quebec City in 2008, a national celebration in which our government is a proud partner. We recognize that Quebec was and still is the cradle of the Francophonie in North America. And over 400 years, despite the vagaries of history and changing powers, the Quebec people, the French language, their culture and traditions survive because of the courage, the determination, the tenacity, and the creativity of generations of les Québécois. This is every Québécois' heritage, their strength, and great source of pride. And it is also Canada's heritage, our strength, and our source of pride. Their unique history and place in our country is integral to who we are as Canadians. Les Québécois survived as a nation from its founding as New France through its days as a British colony to the creation of Canada. This set the tone for the kind of country we were to become, the kind of country we wanted to be, and the Canada of today. The spirit of tolerance, of cohabitation between English and French Canada leads directly to our Canada, a multicultural mosaic enriched by peoples and cultures from all over the world. Our diversity, our openness, our freedom, our security, and our way of life are the envy of the world. A large part of where we are today and the good fortune we enjoy flows from the legacy of Quebec. From the first meetings of the Aboriginal peoples and the French to the arrivals of other Europeans, followed by peoples from all over the world, we have become who we are, together, one Canada. We cannot take away any one essential aspect of that totality. We must believe in a Canada as we know it and love it today. We believe in a united Canada, but we also believe in a Canada that respects its provinces, territories, and regions. And that is why Prime Minister Harper signed an agreement with the Premier of Quebec earlier this year to allow Quebec to fully participate in the work of UNESCO in conjunction with Canada. Le nouveau gouvernement.
The new government of Canada recognized the unique personality of Québécois and their important contributions on the international and national scene in the areas of science, education, and culture.
The government is vigorously pursuing the ratification of the UNESCO Convention on the Protection and Promotion of Cultural Diversity of Cultural Expressions. We will make sure that Canada's bilingual and diverse cultural character is faithfully reflected on the international scene. Both myself and my colleague, Madame Lynn Beauchamp, Quebec's Minister of Culture, are taking every opportunity to encourage our colleagues from other countries to pursue ratification of the Convention. En tant que,
as the Minister of Canadian Heritage, over the past months, I had an opportunity to meet with more than 50 representatives of cultural and artistic groups from Quebec, and these meetings have helped me to better understand their reality.
And innovative the cultural community of Quebec is, and how important it is to the cultural life of all Canadians. We recognize that language is an integral part of one's culture and heritage. The Quebec
is recognized in our country and throughout the world for its wealth, its vitality, and its cultural and artistic diversity. The innovative and creative spirit of Québécois is undeniable. There's no doubt that the talent, the creativity, and the cultural dynamism of Quebec are marks of excellence in this country and contribute to the growth of our country abroad.
Les Québécois enrich our country. Together we have a face in the international forum that's unique, strong, and envied. Mr. Speaker, Les Québécois bring to our identity as a country an essential element. That is our vision of Quebec. That is our vision of Canada. And that is why I believe Les Québécois, les Québécoises, form a nation within a united Canada. Mr. Speaker, Canada is made up of small communities, neighborhoods, families, and individuals. And each one of us believes in a strong country. Each one of us believes that we work hard, and we work hard to contribute to our country. and also to reap the benefits of living in such a fine country. And we must embrace every individual, every neighborhood, every community, every province, every nationality, in order that we can remain strong and united, and includes les Québécoises et les Québécois. Merci.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Resuming debate, the Honourable the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to speak about the advantages today for the people of Quebec continuing to play their rightful role at the heart of the broader country they themselves have helped build, that is Canada. I want to focus in particular, Mr. Speaker, on the benefits to both Quebecers and to other Canadians from continuing to build on Canada's economic success story. Federal states such as Canada operate not only to preserve and promote diversity and allow for the harmonious coexistence of nations, but also to bring concrete benefits to all members of the Federation. Les avantages de l'Union.
The advantages of political and economic union for Canada are among the most concrete.
Can disrupt economic activity. Our strong, robust, and integrated economy represents a tremendous advantage. In times of need or crisis, it is always a benefit to be able to rely on mutual support that Canadians in all parts of the country can offer each other. This is especially true today, Mr. Speaker, in the face of globalization and the rapidly evolving new rules that govern the international economy. These new developments are placing a premium on the ability of nations around the globe to achieve a degree of economic integration that safeguards and promotes their prosperity. Economic integration is no longer a vague concept that only economists talk about. It has become a reality. Our economy is a global economy. The benefits of economic integration have been demonstrated, and those countries that pay attention to the lessons to be learned reap the rewards of prosperity. Canada, Mr. Speaker, is one of those countries. The focus on economic policy is not an end in itself, but a means to broaden the range of choices available to all members of our Federation, including the choices on how to improve our quality of life made by individual Canadians themselves, by the larger communities of shared interest and national identity to which they belong, and by their federal, municipal, and local governments. Quebecers and other Canadians have long shared the same basic values: interregional sharing, a universal commitment to the best possible public services, and respect for diversity, innovation, and autonomy throughout the country. And, Mr. Speaker, an undying belief in democracy, freedom, and mutual respect for other cultures. Quebecers and other Canadians also play a high value on living in a country that is healthy, safe, and prosperous. Canada is a model, Mr. Speaker, for how countries can amplify the strengths of their component parts into a sum that is far stronger economically and speaks with a far stronger voice in international economic forums than all of those component parts could ever do on their own. But we do well to remember that Canada is not the first country where the weaving of strong economic and political ties have led to economic prosperity, nor is it alone in today's world. À travers l'histoire, il y a eu.
Throughout history, there have been many examples of successful countries who have linked economic interests and have prospered.
Great Britain was and remains today a union of nations. Canada's first Prime Minister, Sir John A. Macdonald, was one of the principal architects, along with Georges-Étienne Cartier, of not only our political confederation, but also of the Canadian Economic Union, viewed himself, Mr. Speaker, as a Scot, as well as a member of a larger nation that was Great Britain. And of course, he was as well a Canadian. John A. knew something about nations. He was also not afraid of words. On one occasion he said, in referring to the people of Quebec, quote, "Treat them as a faction and they will react like a faction. Treat them as a nation, and they will react like a nation. And like many Scots in the history of both Britain and Canada, members of the Quebecois nation contributed greatly to Canada's economic development. Recognizing the Quebecois as a nation is simply recognizing what they are and the historic role they have played and continue to play in advancing Canada's economic advantage. Today, Mr. Speaker, according to the OECD, Canada's economy is one of the strongest among OECD countries. In the OECD's view, Canada has worked steadily to become one of the world's most open economies. Under the leadership of Canada's new government, our Prime Minister, our Finance Minister, Canada's economy is among the fastest growing in the G7. We are on the best economic footing of any of the G7 countries. Recent public consultations and commissioned experts' work on Canada's internal market indicate that when compared to similar efforts to reform the economic union in Australia and in the European Union, Canada is still considered to be ahead of the EU and comparable to Australia in terms of economic integration. But we still face major challenges, Mr. Speaker. We need to further strengthen our economic union to improve our ability to compete in the global market. We need to reduce our remaining internal barriers to mobility and trade within Canada and make Canada an even more attractive destination for foreign direct investment. We also need to continue speaking with a strong and united voice in defending and promoting open trade internationally. International trade remains a central driver of Canada's economy. Les bénéfices de grouper nos...
The advantages, and especially economic advantages, are as relevant today in a world market. They're more relevant than ever.
Are increasingly important in securing economic prosperity. It is as crucial as ever to speak with a strong, united voice. After all, there is a world of difference between having the right to speak out and having the power to make oneself heard. I submit that Quebecers benefit greatly from being part of the Canadian voice and are heard more loudly as a consequence. It is certainly the case that all Canadians benefit greatly from having the voices of Quebecers joining those of other Canadians in formulating the Canadian voice upon the international stage. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, as a Canadian, but also as an Albertan who loves his province very deeply, I submit that advancing our common interests and values is best done by binding together. And as history has shown, a strong and united country provides the best conditions for societies and economies to flourish. Think of how deeply integrated our economy is. Think of how much stronger our voices are when speaking in unison. I support this motion because I firmly believe we must do what we can to safeguard the vital ties that bind Quebecers and other Canadians within a strong, united Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable the Chief Government Whip rises on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry to have to interrupt the proceedings at this moment, but there's been discussions between all of the parties, and I think if you'll seek it, you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practices of the House in relation to private members' business, any votes deferred to Wednesday, November 29, 2006, be further deferred to Tuesday, December 5, 2006 at 3 p.m. And on Wednesday, November 29, 2006, the ordinary hour of daily adjournment shall be 5:30 p.m. and private members' business shall be cancelled.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé de la motion.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion? Adopt. Carried. Questions and comments?
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be Canadian, and I'm proud to be a Quebecer. Or let me start again. I'm passionately proud to be Canadian and passionately proud to be a Quebecer. Please allow me to talk about my personal history, not because it's out of the ordinary, but quite the contrary, because it is a story which reflects that of thousands and thousands of Quebecers. On my paternal grandfather's side, I'm of Acadian origin, even if Louis Doucet, my grandfather, was born in Quebec and was raised in Quebec, in Montreal. His origins were in that part of the Maritimes we call Acadia. My grandfather, my paternal grandfather, came from Italy. He came to Canada in the 1920s through Ellis Island in New York. He was a barber, and he had his barber shop at the bus terminal on Craig Street. It no longer exists, but this is where the Montreal Convention Centre is, and it is where we will shortly be electing the new leader of our party and the new Prime Minister of Canada. Mr. Speaker, my children speak both official languages. They are fluently bilingual, and my two daughters are able to benefit from the fruit of both English and French language cultures. My wife is not of French-speaking origin. She's not from Quebec. She's from the western provinces. She spent most of her life in Calgary, Alberta. Nevertheless, she is perfectly bilingual, because since 5, her parents, who didn't speak one word of French, thought it a good idea to register in a French immersion school. Her parents were inspired by Trudeau's vision of Canada. She now lives in Montreal. She's proud to be a Canadian, and she considers herself a Quebecer. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to tell you another story because it leads us to the central point of my speech. And given that I have family in Alberta, I often fly from Montreal to Calgary, and this summer I was on a plane sitting next to a young Quebecer, a young French-speaking Quebecer, very dynamic person, who had made a life for himself in Calgary. He was a businessman, and he was taking part in the economic boom in Calgary. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to support the government's motion on the nation of Quebec, but I cannot support that of the Bloc Québécois.
I can support one motion on the Quebec nation, but not the other. And I will give my reasons. Many people underscore the fact that the Quebec National Assembly has unanimously endorsed the idea of the Quebec nation. I would add, though, Mr. Speaker, that this is perfectly normal. The National Assembly of Quebec is responsible for life within the boundaries of the province of Quebec. It is not responsible for, in any direct way, at least, for official language French-speaking minorities outside of Quebec. That's right. The motion that the Bloc has presented is a territorial motion. It speaks of the Quebec nation as defined by the boundaries of the province of Quebec, and I cannot support a motion that takes a territorial view of the Quebec nation, Mr. Speaker. I do not believe it is the business of the federal government to define culture and society in a given province. You know, it's ironic, Mr. Speaker, because whenever the federal government gets involved in gray areas of possibly provincial jurisdiction, many of the provincial premiers and provincial governments, rightly, and of course our colleagues in the Bloc Québécois, protest. Yet when it comes to having the federal government bestow a definition on a culture or a society within provincial boundaries, it doesn't seem to bother anybody. Mr. Speaker, I'm supporting the government motion because it speaks about recognizing the Québécois as a nation, not the territory of Quebec. And that's very important because, like the young man that I shared a plane ride with to Calgary, who was a Québécois, he was not living in Quebec. And there are many Canadians of French-speaking origin living outside of Quebec who believe themselves and think of themselves as being Québécois because they trace their ancestry to those French-speaking people who came and settled New France, which became Quebec. The French-speaking people in Eastern Ontario or in New Brunswick can identify themselves as Québécois, descendants of Quebec, of New France. Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, the other reason why I prefer the Quebec nation definition in the government's motion is that it allows for self-identification. It doesn't say you live in Quebec, therefore you must consider yourself a Québécois. There are some people who are proud Quebecers, some of them in my riding and in other ridings, who are proud Quebecers, love Quebec. But for them, they prefer not to identify themselves as strongly as maybe others as Québécois. So I think the element of self-identification is very important, Mr. Speaker. The other point I'd like to make is that if this motion is possible today, if we can come to agreement, all-party agreement to support it, if we feel that designating Quebec as a nation in a motion of Parliament, not in a law, not in a constitutional amendment, but in a motion of Parliament, if we feel comfortable with that idea, it is in no small measure because of successive measures, laws, by successive Liberal governments who have built the modern Canada that we know, who have created the framework in which we can recognize legally and constitutionally the rights of a French-speaking society from coast to coast to coast, whether we speak of the Official Languages Act or whether we speak of the Minority Language Education Guarantees and the Charter of Rights. We have created, through successive Liberal governments and through the vision of Pierre Trudeau, a society, a country that includes a French-speaking society from coast to coast to coast, of which many of those French-speaking Canadians can identify themselves as Québécois. I know that my colleagues from the Bloc Québécois and among their Parti Québécois cousins in Quebec will, of course, try to use this as a pretext to continue with their independence agenda. And I think it's very important that when they do take that road, that we remind Canadians of the strength of this country, of our belief in the equality of Canadians, of our belief in the fundamental equality of provinces, and that we believe that working together with all provinces, with all nations within this country, that we can create something very unique in the world, a society where people come together in solidarity to protect fundamental social values that we all share, values of social justice, values that have led to policies such as Medicare, and values that have made this country great. So, again, Mr. Speaker, I will be supporting the government's motion because it is not a territorial motion. And I will not be supporting, obviously, the blocks, which, as I said, is, I think, a pretext for carrying on the fight for an independent Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I welcome this opportunity to rise to speak to a motion that goes to the heart of what it means to be a Canadian. And as a Canadian from the centre of Canada, Manitoba, today's motion is an opportunity to remind ourselves what is at stake for the Quebecois, not only for the Quebecois, but for all Canadians. The success of our country has not happened by accident, and it's not something which can or should be taken for granted. We think of Canada as a young country, a country, as has often been said, with more geography than history. It is therefore ironic that this young country should also be one of the oldest democracies and one of the oldest federations on the planet. Canada represents a paradigm shift from the 19th century nationalism of a nation-state based on cultural, linguistic, and ethnic homogeneity. Canada was premised on the concept of a diversity as a permanent characteristic. The fathers of Confederation chose a form of government uniquely suited to expressing and accommodating regional, linguistic, and religious diversity. The most important example of this diversity was undoubtedly the existence of two major language groups. One of the major factors in the creation of Canada as a federation was the presence of Quebec. The founders of our country wanted to build a country which embraced our diversity. Canada's first Prime Minister, Sir John A. Macdonald, stated very well, "I have no accord with the desire expressed in some quarters that by any mode whatsoever there should be an attempt made to oppress the one language or to render it inferior to another. I believe that would be impossible, and if it were tried, it would be foolish and wicked if it was possible." Cartier stated in the Confederation debates, "We cannot legislate for the disappearance of French Canadians from American soil, but British and French Canadians alike can appreciate and understand their position relative to each other. It is a benefit rather than otherwise to have diversity of races." From a historical perspective, we have a long tradition of dealing with the accommodations necessary in a society with two important language groups. The federal structure is perhaps the most obvious, but no means the only structure possible. In the context of a North America which is overwhelmingly English-speaking, the Canadian Federation has provided the framework for an effective commitment to the continuality and the survival of the French-speaking society centered in, but not limited to, Quebec. Today, it's hard to imagine any other arrangement which would have served us so well, and which an arrangement for 140 years is still a model for the world. The challenge of accommodating diversity is perhaps one of the most difficult facing the world today. The recent debate in Quebec on what constitutes reasonable accommodation for religious minorities is echoed in similar debates across the globe. diversity is a modern reality. Most states in Europe, Asia, or Africa contain a variety of languages, religions, and cultures, and many of the most successful in dealing with this type of diversity have chosen a federal system of government. Looked at from a contemporary world viewpoint, it is apparent homogeneous states that are the exception. The nation state, which implies the parallel occurrence of a state and an ethnic nation, is extremely rare. In fact, there are no ideal nation states. Existing states differ from this ideal in two ways. The population includes minorities, and they do not include all national groups in their territory. Today, Canada is a prosperous, politically stable country because we have made diversity an asset rather than a problem. Canadians are able, as a result, to make democratic choices based on the respect of human rights. Today, more than ever, we understand that accommodating pluralism is not merely a political necessity, but also a source of pride and enrichment, which reflects Canadian values. Our capacity to develop and adapt as a society and to build institutions that respond to demands of its citizens has served us very well. Federalism is the natural response to governing a large, demographically and regionally diverse country. With 10 provinces, 3 territories, 6 time zones, and bordering on 3 oceans, Canada's regional diversity is obvious. Our diversity is also reflected in our 2 official languages. Almost all Canadians speak English or French, and 1 in 5 also speaks a non-official language. In Newfoundland and Labrador, 98% have English as a mother tongue, while in Quebec, 81% have French as a mother tongue. While in Nunavut, 79% speak Inuktitut, a language spoken by less than 1 in 1,000 Canadians. Today, nearly 1 million Canadians report an Aboriginal identity. This is also a rapidly growing segment of our population. Canada is increasingly an urban and multicultural. In 2001, nearly 80% of Canadians lived in cities of over 10,000. Today, Canada's immigration population represents 41% of the growth in 2004, and new Canadians tend to settle in our major urban centers. Between 1996 and 2001, Toronto received more than 445,000 immigrants, 180 settled in Vancouver, and 126,000 in Montreal. Beyond accommodating regional preferences and diversity, the Canadian Federation has provided an environment in which is complementary to national, provincial, and cultural identities, all of which have flourished. Federalism allows and encourages experimentation in political, social, and economic matters. Quebec is inescapably in the heart of the Canadian dream. Canada's values have been shaped by the challenge and understanding each other and responding to the presence of 2 major language communities with courage, generosity, and sensitivity. Each successive generation of Canadians has had to face this challenge. The choice we have made expresses our shared hopes for the future of this vast land and has made us the envy of the world. Anyone who has traveled extensively outside our borders knows that Canada remains one of the world's most favored nations. Our prosperity and our civility are the product of much hard work and cannot be taken for granted. Canada is a pluralistic society, not only just because we have the diversity that is the makeup of our population, whether it be linguistic, cultural, ethnic, or regional, but more importantly because we have to come to understand that these differences contribute to our national community. Across the country, Canadians work together in a variety of ways to build a better nation that either group could not build in isolation. As a result, Canada has become a model for other countries. In a world with some 6,000 languages and only 200 states, pluralism is the norm, not the exception. Success requires a uniquely Canadian talent, the ability to work together and transcend our diversity. This vision of Canada as a nation inspired the generosity and tolerance has been repeatedly triumphant over narrow ethnic tribalism. Canadians in Quebec and across the country are proud of our success. Our Canada includes a strong, vibrant, francophone Quebec. Canada and Canadians have every reason to be proud of our francophone heritage, which is centered in Quebec and very much alive across Canada. It enriches our public life, arts, and culture, and it is a source of cultural enrichment for millions of Canadians who speak French as a first or second language. Canada's diversity is a source of strength from which all Canadians benefit. A respect for diversity has, in no small matter, contributed to an invaluable and enviable reputation that we enjoy throughout the world. We would not have it any other way. I am, like much of humanity, genuinely perplexed by the desire of certain intellectuals in Quebec to form an independent state. This is why I support the Conservative Party motion. We are a strong Canada. We respect the great contribution that the Quebecois have given our nation. I am also very appreciative for my friends in Quebec and the Quebecois for exposing me to another language. I have undergone French language training. I'm at the very beginning, but I'd like to continue that because I want to be able to reach out to my friends in Quebec. Canada is a great country, and I hope after this motion is passed that we can focus on the things that matter to all Canadians: the economy, healthcare, justice. We all want hope. We all want to live the Canadian dream, and that dream includes the Quebecois in a united and free Canada. As it says in our national anthem, God keep our land glorious and free.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry.
Monsieur le Président, je suis pas inscrit. Président, je pense qu'il y a erreur. Je dois...
Mr. Speaker, I think there's an error here. I was to speak on C-278.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Cette chambre aujourd'hui pour faire part moi aussi que j'appuie.
I'm pleased to speak in the House today to say that I support the Prime Minister's motion. I consider this to be a historic moment, Mr. Speaker. It will be part of our history. If I take the list that my colleague from Marc-Aurèle Fortin gave yesterday to demonstrate the fact situation in Quebec, he talked about great Quebec premiers like Daniel Johnson and Mr. Jean Lesage, Robert Bourassa. I won't name them all. But what came out of that whole history was it's a factual situation that Quebecers form a nation within a united Canada. And we have a unique culture, a unique language, there's a unique history, our whole French heritage in Quebec. That's very important, Mr. Speaker, because it brings something extraordinary to our country, Canada, two major cultures, both English and French. And that's what makes our country so rich. Personally, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to give this example. I'm a lawyer by training. I studied law in the early 90s, and what fascinated me in my studies was that in Quebec there's a civil law system, but at the same time, you have to take into account the whole common law system, which is the English law system. So that's a source of richness. There aren't many places where you have that kind of richness. Quebec lawyers, Montreal lawyers are sought after because we have a bijural training. So examples like that make our country what it is today. And Quebecers are one of the founding people of Canada, and all Canadian institutions have been marked by Quebec. So that's a huge source of wealth or richness. I'd also like to take the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to congratulate the Prime Minister on his leadership this week. It was very courageous what he did. It's the first time this issue's been dealt with specifically in the federal Parliament, and the Prime Minister recognized and agreed to this debate being held here. So people realize that this is part of life, and the Prime Minister felt that we had to take a stand on this issue, and of course that fits in with the logic and thinking of our party. In other words, we want to have open federalism, not overly centralized government like the previous government wanted to do. There are regional disparities, some regions, but all regions are equally valuable. So the diversity is what makes Canada as rich as it is. So I think with open federalism, we can move forward. It's like when there was a question to be discussed, the less we debate, the less we can clarify things. So this willingness to debate issues is what makes Canada what it is today. It's perceived as a credible leader on all sorts of matters because we have a diversity of viewpoints from all over the place. And, Mr. Speaker, this brings me to say why I'm so happy that the phrase "within a united Canada" is included in the motion. When I got into politics as a conservative, I have to say that I believe in open federalism, but I also think you have to go beyond, with all due respect, defending Quebec. You have to promote Quebec's interests. You have to have an attitude that you're going to move things forward. We're in a united Canada, and we're going to push our interests forward within that framework. I think that's the way to go about it, rather than with a separatist approach. That's what I wanted to say today, Mr. Speaker, and I'm delighted to support this motion. Thank you. Questions or comments? The Honourable Member for Brant.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I enjoyed the speech from the member opposite and found it quite interesting. One of the primary difficulties or impediments that I see with respect to the motion by the bloc is that, by my reading of it, Mr. Speaker, it speaks not at all to those French-speaking Canadians who live outside the province of Quebec. Some half a million in Ontario alone, let alone all of those other thousands and thousands of French-speaking Canadians who live in other provinces. So I would like the member opposite to comment on his view of that and whether or not the motion by the Prime Minister, which refers specifically to Québécois, is in fact as significant as I see it to be.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And obviously when I say I support the motion that was tabled by the Prime Minister that recognizes the Québécois as a nation within a united Canada, I think that the term the Québécois is very important. It refers to all men and women of Quebec. That's a fundamental issue, and it takes that issue into account. So that's what the Prime Minister's done, and I think it's important to go that way. So once again, Mr. Speaker, I would repeat my support for the Prime Minister's motion. I think it's a huge step forward, and I'm also proud to say that we're recognizing the fact that Quebec is that the Quebecers are a nation within a united Canada. I think it's worth repeating that this the Quebec culture brings a wealth or richness to Canada, and even if that's merely a statement of fact, and people say this has been the fact this has been the reality for decades, but historically speaking, that's something that the Prime Minister of Canada is now willing to recognize through a resolution, as was done earlier this week. I think it was a courageous step, and it's good for Canadian unity, and it will help us make progress, Mr. Speaker. Questions or comments? The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, I'm a Franco-Ontarian member, but I'd also like to explain or point out that my roots are in Quebec. My grandfather was born in Quebec City. My father was born in Quebec City. And my father's family, with my family name, lives in Quebec. So as a family, we're truly proud of our contribution to our country. And we're also very proud of our heritage. My colleague here lives in Quebec, and his constituents live in Quebec too. So I wonder if he could share with the House today his viewpoint, the viewpoint of his constituents vis-a-vis our motion. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his interesting question. Yes, as a matter of fact, it is very interesting. My constituents are very happy with what's going on today because we're talking about federalism, we're talking about open federalism, and once again, we see the Prime Minister's willingness to move things forward, to help things work for the unity of our country. So that shows leadership. It also shows that we have a serious ear. We're listening carefully to Quebecers. So from whatever part of Quebec you're talking from, in my riding, for example, this is a timely motion. People are happy to hear us discussing this. And the fact that we've come up with a resolution like this that doesn't necessarily set a precedent but merely recognizes a statement of fact, a reality. This is part of the exercise of open federalism along with fixing the fiscal imbalance. These are the kind of things, recognizing Quebecers for what they are. This is the kind of recognizing their contribution to Canadian culture. These are good things.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I may, I'd like to make a comment first and then have a question for the member. I noticed that the member
hesitated during his response when he started to say Quebec and then immediately corrected himself to say Quebecers or Quebecois, Quebecoise. And, Mr. Speaker, Canadians probably are interested to know why there is a difference if the resolution were to say Quebec as opposed to Quebec and Quebecois and Quebecoise. Mr. Speaker, as well, the member commented about the actions of the Prime Minister, and while the Federalist members within the House unanimously, I believe, will support the motion. It's interesting, Mr. Speaker, from my perspective, the dynamics of how this thing unfolded. It in fact was, it appeared, in fact, to be have its genesis quite a long time ago, but more recently I would think that the discussions at the Quebec Liberal Party with regard to a resolution that was put forward to start dealing with the issue of recognizing, or in their case, I think they used the word officialize, the recognition of the special nature of Quebecers. Mr. Speaker, following that, there has been, I think, about a month long of discussion on the question, and then this motion came from the Bloc and proposed by the Bloc. So now we have another bill, and it appeared to be somewhat an effort to be a little bit mischievous with regard to the discussions going on during the Liberal Leadership Convention, campaign, which is going on right now. And once that came in, almost immediately to see the Prime Minister come as a reaction to make sure that the additional phrase of within a united Canada was added there, because of the concern that there was an opening that would be interpreted in the wrong way. So there has been some progression in this thing, and I can assure the member that should the matter have not been dealt with by the Prime Minister, who has the principal responsibility of taking a lead on matters of representing the country on behalf of all Canadians, that certainly the Liberal Party would have made the same motion, and that's why we're so delighted that it is before us and that we can have this debate. So, Mr. Speaker, my question to the member, and before he does, I wonder if I could seek the unanimous consent of the House to extend this question section for about 4 minutes, given that it would be difficult for someone to rise and start a speech and have to finish it at a later time. So if I could ask the unanimous consent to just have a 4-minute extension.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? La Chambre. There is no consent.
So my question, Mr. Speaker, no, it's no. Yeah. So my question, Mr. Speaker, to the member is, does he believe that Canadians are aware of the sensitivities of the words using Quebec versus Quebec or Quebecoise, and of the reason why it was important to put that last phrase into the motion with regard to a united Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources. Yes, I'd like to thank the member for his question, Mr. Speaker. When I spoke to the House earlier, I wanted to quote the motion exactly as it stood. It talked about the Québécois. I think that's important. And to my mind, it's people who form a nation, not the territory. So wherever they may be in Canada, it's Quebecers themselves who form a nation. That's the way I understood the motion, and that's why when I spoke to the House earlier, I was careful to weigh my words so that I wouldn't distort the motion. I wanted to read it exactly as it stands, as it's drafted. As for the other observations by my colleague opposite, yes, there was some background to that. The issue came up over the course of... thank you.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Haddington is rising on a point of order.
That's correct, Mr. Speaker, and the fact that you have trouble remembering my riding name suggests that it is late, and perhaps it's time for us to get ready to head back to our ridings for the weekend. So in that spirit, I think you may find unanimous consent if you seek it to see the clock as being 1:30.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent to move the motion? La Chambre a entendu.
The House has heard the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt it?
Comme il est 13h30.
It being 1:30, the House will now deal with private members' business in the order listed in the notice paper today.
Resuming debate on second reading of Bill C-278, standing in the name of Mr. Eiking, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, benefits for illness, injury, or quarantine.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased today to speak on behalf of the Bloc Québécois on the Act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, benefits for illness, injury, or quarantine.
This bill has been introduced by the member for Sydney Victoria as a private member's bill, and it means that benefits could be paid for up to 50 weeks for quarantine, an illness, or an injury. This is as opposed to the previous 15 weeks, and I congratulate the member because his bill is making EI more humane for people whose illness may extend beyond 15 weeks. I can't help but express my surprise, a happy surprise, in fact, because the member for Sydney Victoria has introduced this type of bill, and we know that the Liberals, when they were in office, were against, in May 2006, when at the committee which examined a recommendation similar to the one that we have today. The member for Sydney Victoria was questioned about this turnabout, and I can tell you that the member's explanations brought a smile to my face, and I think I should, in fact, quote what he said. But what he did say was reassuring. He said, you should never lose hope, and when faced with injustice, reason and good sense should prevail. So the member was responding to a question asking him why he had changed his mind and why the Liberals had changed their position, and he said, reality is that society is evolving. People who had cancer used to die before, but now they can recover and they can go back to work. So the difference in position between the Liberals as a government and the Liberals in opposition, that is, in the space of a year and a half, I would say that the member for Sydney Victoria, once in opposition, opened up his heart and mind to try to understand the situation of workers who experience very difficult situations when their illness continues, even though they would like to go back to work. For the Bloc Québécois, there's no doubt about this, and we have always moved amendments to employment insurance, amendments that are absolutely essential. We have always been in favor of improving the EI program, and the member for Laurentide Labelle, the member from the Bloc Québécois, introduced Bill 269 in May 2006, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, improvement of the EI program, and this bill had the support of the House, was given the support of the House last October, and was referred to the Standing Committee for further study, and we are confident that all opposition parties will support C-269, and we strongly encouraged the minority Conservative government to support it as well. The Bloc Québécois also in October introduced Bill C-344 from my colleague for Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine. It is a bill to amend the EI Act, EI account and contribution rate or premium rate. There was also a bill for the member for Manicouaga that was read in second reading in 2005 but didn't make it to third reading. My colleague for Trois-Rivières also introduced Bill C-278, a bill to amend the EI Act. Employment insurance as an issue has been paid quite a bit of attention by the House in past years, particularly because of the efforts made by the Bloc Québécois. And now with respect to this bill, without going into statistics or details, we must understand that this bill would be of greatest assistance to workers with the most serious illnesses, older people and mostly women. So how can one speak out against that? I'm convinced that Conservatives will find some way to do it. With respect to benefits for sickness, these have dropped for younger workers, but sickness benefits have increased for workers aged 55 and over. During the reference period, the requests for sick benefits have decreased for men and increased for women, even if the proportion of women who requested sickness benefits has remained relatively stable in 2004-2005. Women have continued to make most of the applications for this type of benefit, and they represent 59% of those who ask for these benefits. And the latest Employment Insurance Commission report states, and I quote, in 2004-2005, about 32% of those who received sickness benefits used all of the 15 weeks of benefits to which they were entitled. The fact that the proportion has remained relatively stable over past years leads us to believe that 15 weeks of benefits is perhaps not sufficient for some types of illnesses or some types of benefits. Mr. Speaker, I have said before that I am a trained social worker, and during my career I have had to help workers who were forced to leave their jobs because of illness. Take cancer, for example, which is a disease that can affect 1 Canadian out of 3. Someone who is undergoing chemotherapy or radiation therapy for a number of weeks undergoes a very difficult experience, and beyond the 15 weeks allowed as sickness benefits. Employment insurance benefits now are not enough to guarantee that these people will fully recover. People who are undergoing these treatments and who manage to be cured of cancer and similar diseases. It might not be in this bill, but caregivers who help these people who have cancer because the person is their spouse or child or family member also become exhausted in helping the patient, and unfortunately at the end of the time they must often leave their jobs because they are exhausted from having helped a spouse or a relative through the cancer experience. And too often, I'm sorry, is my time up? Thank you, I have 1 minute. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So all of this to say that I would encourage our government to look at the caregivers who I feel are not given enough support by our government. If the Bloc Québécois intends to vote in favor of this bill, then we must understand that it is important to reform EI, and Bill C-269 from the member for Laurentides-Labelle is more complete than the Liberal bill, which doesn't provide for any in-depth reform of a scheme that is not adapted or not accessible to so many people who should be covered. And we hope that the parliamentarians here will vote in favor of a true improvement, as we find in Bill C-269. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For British Columbia, Southern Ontario.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would be grateful if you could tell me if when I have only a minute left, because sometimes I don't really pay attention to the clock. I'm very pleased to speak to Bill C-278, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, benefits for illness, injury, or quarantine, and continue the debate on this bill. This bill will allow beneficiaries of EI to obtain a maximum number of 50 weeks rather than the current 15 weeks that are provided for in the program. And I say it will allow these people to have 50 weeks. It doesn't mean that they will all take 50 weeks, but they will have access to benefits over a longer period of time. In the 2005 report on employment insurance by the Department of Human Resources and Skills Development, about 32% of those who drew sickness benefits in 2004-2005 were provided with benefits for 15 weeks. According to the inquiry, 75% of the 500 respondents said that this period was insufficient. Moreover, 76% of respondents stated that they had missed more than 15 weeks of work. It's clear, therefore, Mr. Speaker, that there is a real need to amend the Employment Insurance Act in this area. But let's come back to the bill. This bill is for the men, the women, the workers who have cancer or another serious illness. And these illnesses may require medical treatment that would continue over a period longer than the 15 weeks that we find in the Employment Insurance Act. We must also include the recovery time, which is just as important and necessary for success. Now, imagine if you have cancer and you have to undergo treatment to eradicate the cancer and increase your chance of survival. What a decision to have to make, that is, to get better or to stay employed. The last thing you want to worry about is your financial situation or your job, because your health becomes your main objective, and fighting represents your only strength. And that for these people, this bill was drafted and tabled here in the House. Why should a family have to worry if the mother is seriously ill? It seems that the most sensible thing to do would be to reassure these people and these families, and that's what we can do with this bill. This bill is for the future mothers or pregnant mothers whose health or health of their child is at risk and who must stop all of their activities during their pregnancy. These women who use up all of their sickness benefits see their maternity leave reduced and must return to work earlier than they had intended. When the Liberal government extended the maternity leave to 1 year, it's because it was convinced of the rationale behind this annual leave, and the NDP feel the same way. A newborn needs to bond with its mother. This bond takes time and must be done in the presence of the mother. It's very difficult for a mother to return to work after a few months at home with her child. This bill will allow these mothers to stay at home longer and benefit from a longer maternity leave to take care of their baby, and according to the NDP, this is good news. This is also a bill for workers who have experienced a burnout, and this affects a large number of Canadians. The two most important remedies are rest and elimination of stress. People who have to go back to work after only 15 weeks of sickness benefits don't have a real opportunity to recover and get back on their feet. Symptoms of burnout often return if full recovery isn't achieved. Mr. Speaker, in 2005, the Standing Committee on Human Resources Development, Skills Development, Social Development, and the Disabled introduced a report dealing with good financial management and accessibility to employment insurance. And in the report, there were 28 recommendations, the 27th one being the committee recommends that the government examine the possibility of extending sickness benefits to 35 weeks for those who are suffering from a prolonged and serious illness. The Liberal government at the time did not take that recommendation into account and did nothing to implement it. As to Conservative members, they didn't support the report, but they were in favor of this recommendation. The NDP is happy that the Liberal Party has changed its mind and introduced this type of bill, and I could only hope that the Conservative government will support the bill, since they supported the recommendation when the report was studied. Mr. Speaker, today we are speaking about health, physical and mental health of all Canadians. There's nothing more precious than one's health, and as parliamentarians, we must do whatever we can to ensure that our fellow citizens will have the best quality of life. The NDP supports this bill and will vote in favor of C-278 for the dignity of people, for the well-being of our citizens, to relieve families and to help those who are ill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's my privilege to rise today and to speak in support of Bill C-278, and to thank my colleague from Sydney, Victoria, for drafting and introducing this bill. Of course, in summary, it calls for an extension of EI benefits for those who are suffering from prolonged illness or injury or quarantine from 15 weeks currently to 50 weeks. This is also consistent with the 2005 Subcommittee on EI Reform, which made 28 recommendations, supported by the Conservatives, and of course this was one of them. It is a question, really, Mr. Speaker, of compassion. It is a question of common sense, and it provides an innovative and cost-effective solution to a problem that many of my constituents have faced, continue to face, and will face again and again if we don't provide the much-needed help. Many people in my riding of Labrador have no supplemental private health coverage to assist during a catastrophic illness and to help assist them and their families through. This is especially the case for seasonal workers and those in the fishery, and many throughout Labrador. And with or without such coverage, treatment for catastrophic and long-term illnesses such as cancer, never easy under the best of circumstances, are even more difficult for people in rural and northern and remote areas of our country, and of course Labrador is one of those places. The healthcare infrastructure and expertise simply doesn't exist in many areas of Labrador, meaning that people have to travel or even relocate to a larger centre just to get the treatment they need, treatment that people in other areas of Canada take for granted. It was very, depressing to hear in a report from the Rural Physicians of Canada that people in rural areas have a shorter life expectancy than those in urban centres. I would like to talk just for a minute about some of the hardships that people face in my riding. And I was particularly struck and saddened by an email I received from a lady in the small community of Cartwright. And she writes that she spends nearly 60% of her time raising money to help people travel for long-term illness and care. She goes from door to door asking for money. She has raffles. She raises money through ticket sales, all of these types of things, just to help get the basics for people who are in long-term care. That is not the way our society should be, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to our health, when it comes to what is important for us and our families, medical care is one of those things that we shouldn't have to debate. But in fact, we do. And that is why I want to thank the member again for introducing this particular bill. It is something that we don't only want, but it's something that we need. And despite the economic conditions in the local area, the place of Cartwright I just talked about, people do give, and they give generously, and they give what they can, as often as they can. But the problem really is only getting worse, especially as the population ages. I talk about another example of a couple of friends of mine from a little community of Williams Harbour, where I'm originally from, on the south coast of Labrador, who took a very serious, had a very serious illness in January of this last year, and only got out of the hospital in June. And of course, this didn't just affect only him, it affected his wife, who had to go thousands of miles away with him for him to get the care that was required. After 15 weeks, no EI for either of them. Can't get a note from his doctor to go back to work, still recovering. And so this particular person, and indeed his wife, are left without any income whatsoever. Any income. Basically, they're going to have to resort to social assistance. Social assistance is not where they want to go, Mr. Speaker. And the EI fund, with all of the dollars that exist in it, can provide much needed help for individuals like those in Williams Harbour and throughout other communities in Labrador. This bill will go a long way towards helping people who find themselves in this circumstance. And in fact, HRSD's own internal research has shown that the existing 15-week illness and injury benefit is likely not enough. A third of all recipients use up the entire period before their treatment or recuperation is completed. Cancer treatment, of course, is the classic example, but there are other illnesses and injuries that can require long periods of treatment, therapy, or recuperation, many weeks or even months. This bill is aimed at meeting the needs of people in this situation and treating them with compassion. It will also help relieve the terrible financial burden on families and communities when a family member, neighbour, or friend is faced with illness or injury. It will help those who do not otherwise have access to another government income support program or to private insurance benefits. This bill provides a safety net to people who find themselves in need under the worst possible circumstances. It will prevent many people from falling through the cracks. It strengthens families and communities. That is a slogan often touted by the Conservative government. Now I would like to see them put some actions where the words are at and vote for this bill.
That's right.
And yet, it will do so at a minimal cost if this bill goes through. Even with an extension of illness or injury benefit from 15 to 50 weeks, the cost will only be 0.02% of the existing EI surplus. I think we as Canadians can afford that compassion. Labradorians need it and deserve it, and government can afford it, and the government should vote for it as well. For all of these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to pledge my support for Bill C-278, and again thank and congratulate my colleague from Cape Breton for advancing this important cause through this legislation. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Battleford, Lloydminster.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to take part in private members' business in the House. It's usually something that tugs at the heartstrings, something that's near and dear to the people putting the bill forward. And, of course, they look for all party support to try and put their piece of legislation through. And, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, over the history of this House, I can't remember the percentage off the top of my head, but it's minuscule as to the number of bills that actually do see royal assent and move on to become part of the social fabric of this country. And I'm very concerned that a bill like this will actually face that same fate. Now, having said that, that's as kind as I can be to this bill. The member moving it, the member from Sydney, Victoria, sat on the government side for almost 10 years. And his government was in power for 13 years, and they did nothing to address this type of a situation. Absolutely nothing. So I guess somewhere on the way to the ballot box, they had an epiphany and decided maybe they should do some different things with the EI fund as opposed to the political posturing and partisanship that they displayed on that fund over the years. And I guess the biggest example of that is the former Prime Minister, as Finance Minister, scooped this, they talk about this surplus that's there, and somehow it's only 0.02% of that surplus. Well, Mr. Speaker, there is no surplus, because the former Finance Minister scooped it, $42 billion. He took it, and he played with it to juggle his numbers, to make his books look balanced. And, of course, there is no surplus. And any monies like this that are dedicated to a fund like EI, which is basically a tax on jobs, everybody agrees on that. The higher the EI premiums are, the more it affects the job situation out there across Canada. We have a very volatile job market at this point. We're very fortunate in my part of the country in that anybody who wants to have a job can have one. The Saskatchewan government is always complaining bitterly about Alberta not having a proper minimum wage standard. Well, Saskatchewan just raised theirs to, I think it's $7.25 now. And my latest perusal of Alberta, the minimum wage in Alberta is $14 an hour. That's the starting wage at the counter at Tim Hortons. Things are going very, very well. And the EI premiums, again, are rolling in because of those increased paychecks to folks. But my biggest concern in a bill such as this is the unintended consequences as to who actually pays into that fund and how much is it going to cost them in extra to cover off this type of thing. Now, I'm looking at statistics that, and as a self-employed person in my former life, I paid the maximum in the EI 3 times in a year. And I always got it back as an employee of my own companies, but the company portion, the 1.4%, I never got back. So I was subsidizing someone else, and I certainly would not ever buy into this type of a grandiose scheme in that it isn't necessarily required in this way. And I'm sure that I'm supporting this bill to the same degree that those members opposite heckling would when they were on this government side. In fact, I've seen them do it, Mr. Speaker, so we can certainly go back to Hansard and pull those up for them. The hypocrisy there. Statistics proven, and I heard the member from BC Southern Interior talk about some statistics that he had, but Stats Canada itself says that less than, how did that go now? 9.5 weeks was the maximum claimed for medical reasons by 70% of the claimants, if I have those numbers correct. So certainly there are people that fall through the cracks, and I get those same calls, Mr. Speaker, and they do tug at your heartstrings. But there are other venues. I mean, the biggest concern that I have when these members opposite talk about the cancer patients and so on, and I grieve for them, and I've had some of those in my own family, Mr. Speaker, but I guess that speaks to the perverted view that this federal government had about what was called the Canada Health Act. Now, there's 5 pillars in that Health Act, Mr. Speaker, and the only one they ever got mired down in and were concerned about was the public administration. That's who gets to hand out the money and take credit for it. Now, if they were really concerned about these cancer patients and other patients that face the untimeliness of treatment, you have to go to the other pillars of the Health Act, and that is the portability. And the member before me talked about somebody had to go 1,000 miles to get treatment. That's supposed to be covered under the Canadian Health Act. Portability. You go where the medical treatment is available. Accessibility. If you can't get it in your province, you go where you need to, and your provincial government picks up the tab. That's how this is supposed to work. Comprehensiveness. If some of these new leading-edge treatments aren't available, other than thousands of miles away, you're allowed to go there under the Canada Health Act. And the timeliness, of course. And they're talking about waiting weeks before treatment begins, and I sympathize. I know that's what's happening out there. But it's because of the political games and gamesmanship by that same government, former government, that created problems that we're now trying to address by twisting other government programs to cover off the mistakes of the past. And I think you have to get back to fundamentals and address the Canada Health Act in that way. Now, there are credits under Revenue Canada, CCRA it's now called. There are credits for travel associated with seeking health care. They're there. Now, and it's unfortunate. You have to spend the money to get the money back, and it comes off your taxes and so on like that. And certainly there are people that, again, fall through the cracks. But this isn't the way to address it. You know, it's important that we discuss these types of things. But you have to realize that EI was always based and founded in the idea that it's a temporary measure. And we do have extensions of the EI situation, the childbearing 50-week maternity benefits and so on that are out there that last up to a year. And the minister or the member from BC Southern Interior was somehow alluding to the fact that this would be added on top of that in the way I interpreted his comments. And I don't see that happening here, Mr. Speaker. There still isn't the take-up on the actual extra months going to a year that often at this point. The vast majority of people tend to want to get back to work as quickly as they can. That's fortunate for some, unfortunate for others, but this is not an add-on to those maternity benefits. You know, there are certainly a lot more longer-term illnesses out there, and that is unfortunate in this country, but you know, there are things that are done, like this monitoring and assessment report notes, and I mentioned this earlier, that 70% of the total number of claimants, or about 200,000 people a year, do not use the full 15 weeks. Now, there are some that do and some that don't, but stretching it to 50 weeks is 3 times what most people don't make use of now, Mr. Speaker, and I guess you have to look at the cost to what it would do to society. I mean, it would fall to workers and employers who pay 1.5, 1.4 times to cover this off, and the problem is that's a killer on jobs. So short term, you might have a little bit of gain. Long term, it's going to start to backlash and fall back on you. You know, the Canadian Breast Cancer Network, and they had a Canadian Employment Insurance Commission report clearly stated, and I quote from that, of the 15 available weeks of sickness benefit, the Commission discovered that the average individual claimed only 9.6 weeks. Approximately 1/3 of claimants collected the full 15. And this data indicates the current benefits provided by the program are meeting the needs of the majority of claimants. And of course, like I said before, there's always those that slip through the cracks, but the system seems to be working fairly well. So it would be a perversion of that system to multiply it by 3 when 70% are only using 2/3 of what's out there already, Mr. Speaker. The administration of EI itself would also be greatly affected by such a change. At the present time, EI sickness benefits are simply and quickly processed, that could be argued, based on medical certificates. Now, that's for a 15-week period. Now, things change after the 15 weeks. How many times did you have to go back to the doctor to keep qualifying for the full 50? We've already got an overloaded, overworked health system. When you start sending people back through the system multiple times to maintain that 50 weeks, I think those, again, would be unintended consequences. If the duration and cost of these benefits were increased, the relatively quick response now available might suffer. And I think that's true. We tend to bog down in administration in this business, Mr. Speaker. I really find it hypocritical that the members opposite would bring this forward and speak out of both sides of their mouths as though the last 10 or 13 years never happened. And standing here, you know, my heart goes out to people caught, but the vast majority of this works for them, Mr. Speaker. I could never support this type of a perversion of the situation as I see here. And, you know, there's always that fallback onto CPP once your EI funds run out. Certainly it takes time to make that jump, but if people are proactive and get their paperwork in and so on like that, it does pay back retroactively up to 9 months if it's needed that way. So there are other avenues out there without totally destroying and, again, going after the EI fund that unfortunately doesn't have the substance to it that it once did because of what this government did when they scooped it. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, when we look at the factors to be considered, much as we are sympathetic to those forced to be absent from work because of illness, we must ensure that the approach we follow is rational and evidence-based, not just politically expedient. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
For Fleetwood Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of my constituents of Fleetwood Port Gales and welcome the opportunity to join in today's debate on Bill C-278, which proposes to extend EI sickness benefits from 15 weeks to 50. While it would be premature to give C-278 a blanket endorsement at this time, I join with the honourable member from Sydney, Victoria, in acknowledging the need to examine the adequacy of the current provisions surrounding EI sickness benefits. However, before proceeding with an examination restricted solely to EI sickness benefits, I believe it is important to frame this discussion in the larger context of the overall EI program. Mr. Speaker, the EI program helps to strengthen Canada's economic performance and protects our social foundations and is one of the several tools used by the Government of Canada to support a productive, efficient, and mobile labour force. Each year, through EI, the Government of Canada provides temporary financial assistance to unemployed Canadians while they look for work or upgrade their skills. Under the program, Canadians may obtain help through employment assistance services and access to programs they need for skills training. In 2003-2004 alone, EI income support provided $13.2 billion in benefits and helped 1.97 million out-of-work Canadians to regain employment. Canadians also look to the EI program to provide support at times of major transition in their lives. EI helps Canadians to bridge the gap when they are moving from one job to another or when they are making the transition from skills upgrading back to the working world. The EI program also provides temporary financial assistance for Canadians who are pregnant or caring for a newborn or adopted child. It also assists those who need to care for a family member or loved one who is gravely ill and provides support for those who have their own short-term illness that keeps them away from their job. Mr. Speaker, as for the performance of the EI program, the most recent Employment Insurance Monitoring and Assessment Report shows that EI continues to serve Canadians in an effective manner. Evidence shows that access to the EI program has remained stable. Regular EI claims decreased by 6.7%, while regular benefits decreased by 6.3%, Mr. Speaker. This was consistent with the economic growth experienced over the period. Also, the number of sickness benefits remained fairly stable at just over 294,000 new claims, an increase of only 0.1% over the previous year. Talking about sickness benefit, Mr. Speaker, as mentioned earlier, the EI program currently provides for a 15-week sickness benefit. This is designed to provide temporary income replacement to individuals who are absent from their job due to short-term illness, injury, or quarantine. I add emphasis on the words temporary or short-term in the preceding statement. It is important to underline that the current 15-week duration of sickness benefits was determined following extensive research and analysis. Factors considering in setting the 15-week number included an examination of the availability of sickness benefits in Canada's private sector, comparisons to the time allotted in other countries, and discussions with representatives of the medical professions. Taking all of this into consideration, the design of Canada's EI sickness benefit, while not sufficient to cover every situation, does cover the majority. Mr. Speaker, an objection evaluation of the existing data would strongly support such an assertion. For instance, the previously referenced monitoring and assessment report noted that the average length of time for sickness benefits in 2004-2005 remained stable at 9.5 weeks. Likewise, a recent Statistics Canada study reported that the average work absence owing to illness or disability has remained constant at 10 weeks for the past 13 years. When reviewed in this context, One would be hard-pressed to objectively argue that the 15-week provision for EI sickness benefit is not meeting the program's objective for providing temporary income support to workers when they are ill. In addition, it is interesting to note that the party of the honourable member from Sydney, Victoria, held a similar view in government not long ago. The former Liberal government, responding to a report from a parliamentary committee in May 2005, declared that, and I quote, "For the majority of workers who turn to EI when they are unable to work due to illness or injury, 15 weeks is meeting the objective of providing temporary income support." What's more, the former Liberal government's response also indicated in the event of a worker's illness or injury extends beyond that period of time, long-term income protection may be available through the Canada Pension Plan and other employment-related benefits if applicable. Indeed, some situations may be covered by other programs or supports that are not available. For example, CPP offers coverage for long-term disability, and many employers today provide their employees with insurance coverage purchased from the private sector, though it is not chiseled in stone. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, EI is not a program impervious to change. It evolves in response to changes in our economy, labour markets, and the needs of workers. And in fact, recently a number of changes have been made to make the EI program more responsive. For example, Canada's new government announced in June of this year an extended EI benefits pilot project that provides access to 5 additional weeks of benefits to EI claimants in high unemployment regions, up to maximum of 45 weeks, Mr. Speaker. In addition, we expanded the eligibility criteria for the compassionate care benefits so that a broader range of EI-eligible workers can claim the benefit while they care for a family member or a loved one. The performance of the EI program is carefully assessed on an ongoing basis with a view to determining if additional changes are warranted. Mr. Speaker, I stress the words carefully assessed, as commendable as it would seem. A change to EI program on the magnitude as proposed in C-278 cannot be given a blanket endorsement without a clearly defined rationale and without further examination. There are questions that remain unanswered. What, for example, would be the approximate cost or other impacts of such a change? What would be the advice of the medical profession? What is now the practice in Canada's private sector? What has been the experience in other countries that include sickness benefits in their employment insurance system? All these considerations deserve a thorough examination prior to moving forward, Mr. Speaker. In conclusion, plainly much more information is needed to understand the consequences and costs of increasing the duration of the EI sickness benefit. While it can be acknowledged that the current 15 weeks provision may not be sufficient in selected cases, we must also recognize that blanket support for C-278 at the present, without the required data to make an informed decision, would be premature. However, this does not preclude further examination on the implications of extending EI sickness benefits idly within and outside the confines of C-278. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Before I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, Victoria, the sponsor of Bill C-278, I'd like to give fair warning to members that once he speaks, no one else can speak on this issue. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria, 5 minutes, right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I close out the second reading debate on Bill C-278, I want to start by taking this opportunity to thank all members of this House who have contributed to this debate. I know that my colleagues in the Liberal Party, the New Democratic Party and the Bloc have been particularly supportive of this bill. And I would like to thank respective critics from those parties for their ongoing support. I, of course, also listen with great interest to the comments from the government benches. Recognizing I only have a few minutes here today, I would like to touch briefly on a few points raised by the members across the floor in this debate. The first point I would like to make pertains to the argument that to raise the EI benefits from 15 to 50 weeks could cause problems for people who have employer-sponsored insurance plans or private coverage. I want to be clear here, Mr. Speaker, my bill is not intended for people who have such coverage. My bill is intended for people who don't have coverage. Rather, C-278 seeks to address the people who have no such private or corporate plans that they can access. Right. These people find themselves after 15 weeks without any money for rent, for heat, for groceries. This is my view. This needs to be rectified. We need to have programming in place so that these people can focus on getting better and not have to worry about the basic needs of keeping warm and being fed. Another argument put forward by the government, the new government, related to CPP, long-term disability benefits, they argued that CPP would be a complementary program that already serves the objectives of my bill. The rationale here, of course, is that a person can access EI sickness benefits for 15 weeks, and if they have longer-term disability, then they can go on CPP. In theory, this sounds sensible. Regrettably, in practice, is often not the case. The real-life fact is that people are routinely denied CPP disability because they do not meet the stringent criteria. For an example of this, I would encourage members of the government's benches to speak with one of their own. There's a Conservative member of Parliament from Saskatoon. In the early 2005 article that appeared in the Saskatoon Star-Phoenix, the member told a story of one of his constituents who was battling with cancer, and he was being denied CPP. The member and his constituent called for EI changes to address this issue, including extending the number of weeks for sickness benefits. Now, what is more, Mr. Speaker, is that even if a person has accepted CPP, long-term disability, the process for applying this program is too long. In fact, it can take over 4 to 7 months. The EI sickness benefits are long exhausted before the CPP payments can start. In a 1998 evaluation of the CPP program, the authors commented on this issue and pointed to other countries. And the honourable member brought this up. Look at other countries. Countries such as Germany, Sweden. They have programs similar to our EI sickness benefits, but they provide support for 1 whole year. And it's there to bridge. That's not what CPP is there. CPP is for long-term disability. The extension of this benefits would bridge people. This gets people through the crunch and helps them to become productive members in our society again. That's what this bill is all about. Mr. Speaker, I know that all of us here have people that come to our constituency offices. Check with your offices, all members, then you'll see that people come to you. And you'll find that the increased regularity of these people that come looking for extension to EI benefits. I had them come to my office in Cape Breton, and I felt there's a need to try to find a solution, and the solution is in Bill 278. Over the past several months, I have been fortunate to have, and this was brought up. What organizations are for this? Well, I had many organizations. Prestigious organizations noted that individuals and others that joined, and this includes the Canadian Cancer Society, the Canadian Lung Association. I have letters, Mr. Speaker. Social workers at the Princess Margaret Hospital in Toronto, Canadian auto workers. I can go on and on, Mr. Speaker, and the reality is we need this bill. We need to get people through, and I really like to thank all members for joining me supporting this bill. This bill shows compassion. To vote against this bill shows you're heartless. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La question est la suite.
The question is as follows.
Seconded by Mr. Kusner. Move that Bill C-278, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, benefits for illness, injury, or quarantine, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Social Development, and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter cette motion?
Is it the pleasure of the House to carry this motion?
All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yay! Que tous ceux qui s'y opposent veulent bien dire non.
All those opposed will please say nay.
In my opinion, the nays have it. Est-ce qu'il y en a 5 là? Oui, il y en a 5. Pursuant to the order made earlier today, the division stands deferred until Tuesday, December 5, 2006, immediately before the time provided for the private member's business. It being 2:30, this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.